Agriculture and Agro-Environmental Education and Farmers Welfare Society, Punjab. I, 𝘂𝐻𝑖𝑚ani Gautam, Chief Associate Editor, Just Agriculture Magazine, cordially welcome you all to the 13th day of Agriculture 2.0, which is the next level approach towards sustainability, smart farming, and agri-innovation. This is a 15 days international online training cum workshop program. This program is jointly organized by Just Agriculture with Agro-Environmental Education and Farmers Welfare Society, Punjab. I am very glad to announce that our co-partners for this program are more than 7, and I must congratulate Team Just Agriculture for organizing such training programs at regular intervals and for collaborating with such great universities within such a short span of time. I would like to appreciate our co-organizers, which are NAHEP, MPUAT Udaipur, Maharana Pratap Horticulture University, Karnal, and I also want to express my sincere gratitude to all our knowledge partners, which are Professor Jayashankar, Telangana State Agriculture University, Hyderabad, Vidhan Chandra Krishi Vishwavidyalaya, West Bengal, Shulni University, Solan, 𝒂𝒃𝒍𝒄𝒃 PDKV, and Jagannath University. So before beginning the program, I would like to tell our participants about the organizers of this program. Just Agriculture is India's most rising agriculture magazine with more than 1.05 lakh readers in India. First issue of our magazine was launched on 5th September 2020, and till now 16 issues of our magazine are published. It is the most credible platform for all the researchers, students, and scientists to share their ideas and on latest innovative topics. On the other hand, AEEFWS aims at enhancing the livelihood opportunities for more than 1 million farm households in the country. These both are among the largest networks of agriculture and allied sector professionals in the country right now. So now coming to the session. Today we are honored to have with us a very eminent personality, Mr. 𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂 with over 20 plus years of experience in building programs that people's value, driving advocacy initiatives that work building relationships and strategy planning for non-profit and private organizations. Sir has worked with leading development organizations across Asia and Africa, led programs with viable planning and management according to operational requirements such as work plans, assessment and innovation, and best practices in the areas of regional economic integration, cooperation, including technological connectivity in agribusiness, entrepreneurship, trade, livelihood, poverty reduction, environment, energy, and social inclusion for sustainable development. He has successfully developed strategic roadmaps and lead key programs for from inception to implementation in the areas of sustainability, energy, water treatment, and purification, etc. He has directed multicultural teams across organizational and international cultures and collaborated with stakeholders like government organizations, agencies, private community, and NGOs to achieve overall program organizational objectives. He has been instrumental in introducing updated techniques, tools, and innovative technologies in agribusiness, entrepreneurship, trade, livelihood, poverty reduction, environment, energy, and social inclusion for sustainable development through a global network of experts, leaders, and think tanks, R&D institutes, academic, private organization for regional economic integration and cooperation. He is currently pursuing his PhD from Khon Kaen University, Thailand, and has a master's in business administration and BTech in agriculture engineering from India. In his spare time, Sir devotes himself to volunteer work implementing small community projects for health, sanitation, medical checkups, and education for underprivileged, pushing agriculture-based innovation and mentoring startups and entrepreneurs. So it is our pleasure to have you and directly interact with you. So now over to you, sir. Now you can continue.
Thank you, 𝘂𝐻𝑖𝑚ani. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Fine, thank you. Thank you for your broad introduction about me to the audience. Great. Well, I hope, okay. Before sharing the screen, I would like to just to brief you about what I'm going to talk about today. Well, my topic, as you all know, is the climate change. It's very common topic, although it is very common, but uncommon in the sense that most of the people take it, like climate change is just a common phenomena, but it's not the things to be taken for granted. That is to be the major point to be noted. And that's what today I'm going to talk about, because I'm not going to tell you something new about it, but to make you like refresh your mind. That's what my idea is about. Okay. Can we, hello? Can anyone share the screen, or?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I will share the screen.
Please, about my PPT.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So let's, as I told you that I'm going to talk about climate change, and I'm going to talk about the three major aspects, that is mitigation, adaptation, and resilience. The thing is,
Sir, is my screen visible?
yeah, but the thing is, you use the complete screen, because it's partly seen my PPTs.
Okay, okay, sir.
Can you make it full screen?
Okay, sir, I will do that.
Or I can do it from here as well. Can I do it from my side, Himani?
Yes, sir, you can try. Actually, I'm not able to do that.
Yes. So if you can just allow me to, I think I can share from here.
Yes, sir, you can.
Yeah. Okay. I think so. Is it okay?
Yes,
Yeah.
sir, it's okay.
Okay. Yeah, it's from my side. Okay, great. It's okay. We lost about 5-10 minutes. Sorry, because the time is very important here, because in climate change, the time is very important. As you know that in Sustainable Development Goal, the number 13, the climate action, we have to take the urgent action into it so that we can combat the impacts of climate change. And that is the major impact, what we have to just address what the impact is. Okay, so let me tell you the one very special quote given by Dalai Lama. Our world is deeply interdependent, not only in terms of our economies, but also facing the challenges of climate change. As everybody, climate change is a common phenomenon for not for one individual, but for all. So it is not the one country is facing the climate change, other is not facing. It is the common for all. That's why this is very important quote which I come across, that our world is deeply interdependent, facing the challenges of climate change. Every country is trying to be, competitive and trying to grow up their economies very well, but climate change makes it challenging issues for them, and there are a lot of hurdles coming into the way. So everybody has to face the challenges of climate change. Okay, today I'm going to talk about the few topics that contents which it is already mentioned over there. This is the climate change. What are the challenges? How we are going to face the, what are the challenges we face through climate change? What are the different pillars to respond to the climate change? That's we will discuss in brief. Although this climate change is a very broad topic, I will try to as I told you, to refresh the mind. As we'll also talk about solutions on climate change, and the most important, the policy reforms, because this is a common topic for, like national and international level. So policy is the one which is the best tool to really help to combat the climate change. That's why my thrust is only on policy reforms. So in order to face the have the sustainable productivity and climate friendly agriculture systems, we have to also look into it. What are the different good practices being already adopted? So are we going to achieve that net zero carbon emission by 2050? So what are the different adaptations, resilience interventions, and finally the what are the mitigation practices? And if we do not even adopt some of the practices like mitigation, adaptation, and resilience, due to this, what will be the impact of climate change? So this is what I'm going to talk about in this short speech. Before I begin my topic of each things, I would like to tell you one thing, that everybody might have, there is a word called refresh, I recollect the book written by Satya Nadella, the CEO of Microsoft, that is the heat refresh. That is required for in every day of every time of our life, because that helps us to see where we are we on the right track? We monitor our movements and our day-to-day activities, and we know what is our goal and where we are going through it. So refreshing the things is very important, and that is why today I'm just going to inform you some of the things which you know it properly, but I'm just making it refresh your mind. That's what my topic is. Okay. As I told you that climate change, there are some challenges. Climate change is basically, everybody knows what, in general, there are 2-3 things. One is the temperature, that is global warming, rainfall precipitation variations, and that causes some, like whether it is severe extreme weather events, like whether it is flooding or it is a drought, these things. So temperature and the rainfall, which causes really makes us uneven climate, and that's what actually the climate change impacts on our life. So as you know that due to the global warming, we find a lot of changes is happening nowadays. Due to global warming, there is might be due to the glaciers are being melted and the change in the sea level, plus you find that the rainfall pattern is being changed, and that's how the we have to suffer some of the negative impacts of it. With all this climate change, that is really adding to the pressure on our agriculture and food system. The agriculture and food system, our backbone of our life, that is what actually we have to really keep it sustainable. We have to have, without impacting our day-to-day activity, we have to keep it sustainable. It also has a negative effect both on crop and livestock production system. As you know that because I work in sustainable development, And we talk in terms of the sustainable development. So always we talk with respect to the sustainable development goals and its targets. Okay. So when we talk about the targets for this climate change, so there are various targets being given, that what exactly, how it is to be, right from raising awareness, making like awareness and changing the reforms, and helping the vulnerable populations to raise their awareness on climate change, and overall awareness on best practices on climate change. So there are different targets in the sustainable development activity. That is the goal, that is number 13. And we do have 13.1, 13 up to 5. There are certain targets, and we target on this so that we can able to see that there is a immediate actions can be taken in the climate change. Now, and that's how we monitor our progress with respect to the sustainable development goals targets. As I told you that there is a change, change in rainfall pattern, which may cause, sort of some resource problems in terms of whether whenever there is no rainfall, there's a water scarcity. Whenever there is a heavy rainfall, there is a flooding. So in both the cases, there is a problems, natural disasters. We find some of the pollutions and soil degradations in some of the cases. So all these are the effects of climate change, and that's how we have to be prepared for that. Agriculture being one of the major activity of our day-to-day life and our livings, so we have to live with the agriculture is the main subject. And that agriculture, which contributes greenhouse gas emissions, which is directly 17%, that is really a very remarking. We have to really notice into it. And some of the additional through the changes in land use pattern, like we do undertake some of the cultivation practices, and that also add to the some of the greenhouse gas emissions. As I told you that there are, apart from the carbon dioxide, there are two other gases like nitrous oxide and methane. These are the other two greenhouse gases. These also being emitted through our practices like soils, fertilizers, manures, as well as urine from our grazing animals. So plus methane from these ruminant animals, also some of our paddy cultivations. So these are all being added to the greenhouse gas emissions. So whether it is a nitrous oxide or it is a methane or carbon dioxide, all these are the greenhouse gas emission, and which are really, we have to see that how this greenhouse gas emission can be reduced, and that is what we are going to see in our, next some of the slides. So some of the practices, some of the steps which we follow into it. So as I told you that we have to deal with climate change, but it has some of the activities we go through targets, through sustainable development goals. We have to have some kind of certain activities under certain objectives. So in order to respond to climate change, everybody globally, the three practices like mitigations, adaptation, and resilience, these are the three major pillars being followed globally to combat the climate change. As everybody knows it, what is the exactly the understanding of this? But in order to go into the details, it takes, even it's one topic, mitigation on climate change. It's again, it's a special topic. Adaptation is again a special topic, or even the resilience. Resilience is is very broad in terms of, because it varies from country to country, place to place, and that's how. So each pillar has its own specialities. So let's in general we understand this. In mitigation, basically we try to reduce the effect of this global warming, or whether it is a greenhouse gas emissions. So we have certain targets. By 40, we have to reduce this emission, so that our greenhouse gas emission 40% by 2030. Are we really dealing with that? Are we really on the path? Some of the countries are really doing well. I cannot say that all the countries are really following this. So there are, standard NDCs where each country has already committed that they will try to reduce the such and such activities, so that there is a less emission in greenhouse gas emissions by certain year. So every country is trying their level best, but they have their own issues and challenges of each country is facing. So let me finish this, and then I will talk about what are the globally different sectors are facing some of the problems. So mitigation is slowing down the rate of global warming or emissions, so that will help to reduce the impact of it. Adaptations, we have to accept the climate change, okay? And now how to live with this, we have to adapt the things. There is going to be a climate change, but with that, how we have to live with that. That is what adaptations. Now, and the most important is resilience. We have to see that there is no direct negative impact from this our climate change. So we have to come again on track to see that what can be done, what are the measures to be adopted to accept, adopt, and make it, new changes. So that is what the resilience means. So as I was talking about, each country is facing its own problems and the challenges. But in general, if we say about the climate change in general, so there are 4 major sectors which are really causing the climate change effect. The first one is the industry. As you know that we are in the industry 4.0, and every country's global economy or economy is depending on the industry, but this industry is causing also about 1/3 of the climate change contributions in the greenhouse gas emissions, and it also affects directly on the impacts of climate change. Secondly, the energy is the most important, from our house to the other parts of the life. So like whether it is working or whether it is traveling or these things. So energy is the one important things. And nowadays in energy, we are facing some of the problems. And now we are trying to go into the, using the smart practices in agriculture to combat these climate change effects. Thirdly is what which we see that every country is facing the problems with respect to the transport sector, which causes major, fossil fuels, uses fossil fuels, and which also causes the greenhouse gas emissions, carbon dioxide, and other negative impacts on it. So as I told you, industry, energy, transport sector, and the last one is the most important, is the building sector. In urban areas, the building sector is nowadays all these buildings are, this is also causing a major impact of climate change. So we have to really think of how this decarbonizations can be done, can be introduced in this urban development. So these are the 4 major sectors which if we talk about this, which itself is a different topic itself, but in general, I try to cover up this in a very brief way. Okay, what are the different solutions we can address these challenges? Let me tell you, as our farmers, they are very progressive thinking, and they know their activities very well. But with respect to some of the challenges faced by the natural disasters, or we call it as some of the climate change effect, they should adapt while decreasing the greenhouse gas footprints of agriculture, unlikely to be sufficient given understand surrounding timings and nature of climate change. Because the thing is, some of the farmers, they really think that, okay, we have to accept what are the situation, natural impact of it. Okay, whether there is a heavy rainfall or less rainfall, or whatever the situation, or major temperature rise. But they should also know why this is happening. So farmers should be, aware of all these things, and they should adapt some of the practices which can help in facing this, addressing some of the climate change solutions. There is of course, everybody, each country, as I told you, that each country level, there are mitigation efforts being done globally, so that there is a reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. But some of the countries, they are like uneven practices in whether it is industry, energy, transport, or even the building sector. So due to this, everybody globally, there has to be some kind of effective policies, and that can be implemented, so that the impact can be reduced. And that's why I call it very important is the policy reforms, so that especially the agriculture sectors and our farmers community can be benefited properly with a sustainable productivity growth without sacrificing the climate change mitigation and adaptations. This is very much important. In policy level, at national level, they should give agriculture as the major area, helping the farmers to see that their productivity should not hamper. With the same time, they will have the specific sustainable productivity growth. And at the same time, they will also practice some of the mitigation and adaptation practices. So this is what actually it is needed. And that's how the decision leaders or decision makers has to come together, understand the farmer, make the farmers confident about this, and make it effective implementation plan. To support all these objectives in sustainable way, we have to deal with the climate friendly practices, and some of the reforms which are needed for, at different level, whether it is a global level, national level, or sector level, So each sector, or whether it is a national level or it is at sector level, each they have to see that which are being aligned properly, so that the policy efforts that will help in growth in terms of like specific investment, whether that will help to combat this climate change. So that is how where the government, private sector, or the community sector, so all this has to come together and work as a combine to support these objectives of sustainability in climate friendly production systems. So as I told you that policy reforms is the major activity we have to deal with. So there are level, some national level, and some at sector level. So, if we can able to implement at international level, so we have to follow the some of being given to the some of the common platforms, like say Paris Agreement in 2015, where the climate change conference COP21. So where we have to see that the global temperature rise, we have to see that we have to have a cap of 1.5 degrees centigrade increase in temperature. But are we really looking into it? Are we on the track? The thing is, let me tell you what I believe in this activity. Unless we know what are our goals, we know our the path or track, and that's how we develop our roadmap. And then we can make certain changes to see that are we really following the systems properly. This helps us sort of like sustainable food production, valuable opportunities in terms of agriculture and food chain, being active part in the climate change objectives. So while maintaining the commitment, we have to also see that this climate change as considered as opportunities, and so that we can see that we can maintain the value chain system in this, so that we can face the climate change impact. At national level, it is very important, in national level, everybody, we have to think socially, economically, and environmentally, plus, with the settings of like trade, investment, and infrastructure and education policies. So, it's all integrated approach. At national level, we have to think, as integrated approach, and that should be consistently support the sustainable productivity in combination with adaptation and mitigation efforts. So I can say that each country it depends on the how these leaders, basically their dynamic leaderships, plus their actual day-to-day activities, really following and monitoring their activities, how they are adopting and mitigation efforts are being maintained. So there has to be a special mechanisms to work on it. And fortunately, I can see that there are now nowadays we can see that under the COP26 recently, that most of these states are doing very active part of it, and they are trying to maintain their level of their practices to combat these climate change practices. Each state has its own challenges, but there are certain states they are doing very well, and they are adopting good practices. I hope the other states should also follow those practices. At sector level, there is a need for reform misaligned with disruptive agriculture policies that encourage unsustainable intensification and overuse of natural resources. As you know that, as I told you, that farmer is very progressive, or they are entrepreneurial activities, they do, like business minded. But with thinking of all these, entrepreneurial and business approach, they should not sacrifice, or they should not just to ignore the, like sustainable practices, So in terms of like, they do go in intensifications, the overuse of natural resources. Indirectly, it is being causing damage, on inputs. And that is really causing some of the major impacts of climate change. Investment is one of the major important, and research and development activities needed, like innovations is very important. so that how we can improve the sustainable productivity. So that is also one of the we should include in the policy reforms. Further, the policies, what we require generally is aim to address the emphasize outcome from the farmers' incentives and knowledge transfer systems that enhance farmers basically in terms of achieving the sustainable productivity growth through mitigation and active practices. Now here, the farmers should be encouraged to adopt the practices, and they should be given the incentives. They should transfer the knowledge, and they can able to practice those things so that these practices can be adopted, to reduce the impact of climate change. Wherever possible, the financial incentives should target sustainability for farmers as practices. We should be the incentives in terms of the high upfront cost that socially beneficial, the costly in terms of individual level, but at also some of the private level. So we should encourage the people to adopt the practices, and some financial incentives which can help to adopt those practices is very important. So encouragement from government in this should ensure the provisions from dissemination of relevant day-to-day information on resources, use efficiency, and risk management. As I told you that why I call it as a refresh, we have to make it aware ourselves again and again, so that the information update ourselves on the what are the systems to be adopted, what are the resources available, how it can be effectively used with maximum efficiency. So those are the few things which everybody has to start from his own individual things. Like starting the using of any kind of instrument, we have to see that how it has to be used with higher efficiency by reducing the less energy plus make the maximum output out of it. So that is how everybody has to think of it. Addressing all those things, we have to see that we have to strengthen the access to knowledge and risk management mechanisms, so that some of the practices can be adopted sustainably, and some of the good practices, productive practices. So these are all the things we have to follow and integrate into the policy reforms. And that is only possible when our government, private sector, or community can come together, share their experiences. At the same time, everybody has to understand each other's problems and form the common platform and form the common goal, so that they can address with that. So I think, yeah, that's good. I have still about 20 minutes for me. That's fine. Okay. So let me to address some of the climate change impacts. About 10-12 years back, the new concept called climate smart agriculture, CSA, has been one of the very fashionable terms being introduced, but it's not, I cannot call it as a fashionable, but it is a new, we have to deal with, new approaches, from time to time. And so that is how the climate smart agriculture has introduced. So it deals with the, integrated approach of managing landscapes, croplands, livestock, forest, and fisheries, and that can be sort of interlinked, in terms of food security and accelerating climate change. So basically, the main basic three outcomes of this climate smart agriculture is increase the productivity, enhance resilience, and reduce emissions. And that is what we need in terms of to address some of the challenges. Here, I would like to play a small video of 3 minutes, which is everybody, most of the people you might have seen, but this is a very common and very normal practice of climate smart agriculture, how it is being adopted, and what are the best practices. So this is being prepared by Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO. So I just just allow me to play this small video for you.
The planet's climate is changing. This is undeniable. Climate change presents a critical challenge for global food security. The men and women who produce our food, farmers, herders, and fishers, are hit the hardest by the consequences of climate change. Farming communities need to build their resilience and ability to adapt to changing climate in a way that they can feed a growing population without further depleting our precious reserves of soil and water. Why we need climate-smart agriculture. Climate-smart agriculture is not a new technique. It is an approach to identify production systems that can best respond to the impacts of climate change and to adjust these systems to suit local environmental conditions now and in the future. This approach can help transform agricultural systems to support sustainable development and food security in a changing climate. It's about increasing sustainably production and incomes, adapting and building resilience to the impacts of climate change, and wherever possible, reducing greenhouse gases. We can make climate-smart agriculture a reality. These are the ingredients we need. Expand the evidence base. Policymakers need to know the current and projected impacts of climate change and just how vulnerable the agricultural communities and ecosystems really are. Improve policies. People working in many different fields, agriculture, climate change, food security, and land use need to collaborate. Work together on supportive policies and plans.
Excuse me, sir.
The entire landscape.
Hello.
Sir, sorry to interrupt you, but we are not seeing the video. Only your screen is visible.
Why?
To develop capacities and motivate men and
Hello.
farmers.
You cannot
No, sir.
see?
They can
No,
adapt
sir. We can only see your
best
screen,
by smart
the PPT
agriculture.
only.
Oh my God.
Combine financing
You-
options in a new way. We need to bring together financing sources that target agriculture and climate change. Food security depends on how we treat our planet. Let's make sure our agriculture is productive and sustainable for
1 minute.
generations to come.
Yeah, sir, sure.
Okay. So you were not able to see those that video, right?
Yes, sir.
Oh, why? Because
So that video was from YouTube,
yeah. So
the
it is
link
not.
you have mentioned.
Yeah.
Yeah, sir, we will share the PPT
Yeah,
with
yeah.
the participants and they can
Yeah,
share.
yeah. So that
Yes,
is
sir.
also one of the way, because there are two videos being,
Yes.
I mean, this is a common videos. The PPTs can be shared with the participants and they can see those YouTube videos. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So that's fine. So let me go ahead with this. Okay. So you can see my screen now?
Yes, sir,
Hello?
your screen is visible.
Okay, that's great. That's
Yes.
great. Okay, I have 10 minutes, right? Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Right.
sir.
Yeah, that's right. So I'll try to cover up in 10 minutes my further topics. So we are really targeting for 2050 by net zero carbon. Whether it is really possible? Yeah, it is possible. Like there are big businesses, two small farmers who can come together, and work with the common agenda for sustainability in agriculture and land use sector. So that we should have a common goal out of it, and then we can work on it. We should see that there is mitigation practices to reduce the global warming, as I told you. So that will reduce the disaster effect of climate change. We should convince, challenge, and help organizations to come together and, making the commitments and turning them into the actions. So it is a matter of coming together and working together, So this is not an individual's act. So one has to come together. Finally, the peoples with, who are leaders, so-called leaders or decision makers, including business sector, governments, and other common sectors. They should come together and form what is the feasible frameworks that can help to achieve the net zero emissions by 2050. So this is the right time to come together and act collectively. So as I told you that as those three pillars, that's basically mitigation practices, adaptations, and resilience. With these three pillars, in UN climate change regime, they call it as, there are certain practices being followed. And this is one of the mechanisms they follow for adaptations. They start with assessing the impacts of climate change and what are the risks. So they do some assessment, like a pre-assessment. And with this, they are raising the awareness, and see where they are. At the same time, once the assessment is being done, they plan and adopt the system, and accordingly, they are providing with the some of the information that will help to plan the activities. But that is not only possible without your, information sharing, the knowledge and information. And so that is being practiced while implementing the adaptation measures. Once the plan is made, we have to implement, take it into the practice. That will help to strengthen the technical and institutional capacities. While implementing all those practices, we have to see that we have to involve the other stakeholders and strengthen their abilities in terms of technically and institutionally. While doing this implementation, we have to also monitor and evaluate what are the practices and to see that how it is being performing. It's okay. But without, like facilitation or financial support and technical support, it is not possible. So we also need like financial and technical support in this. Finally, we have to engage all the different stakeholders, right, from financial institutions, insurance, different service providers. So all those major stakeholders has to be come together and engage into these activities so that this can be measured. So this is one of the adaptation regime practices being adopted by UN climate change. And that's how it is being adopted, like institutional level. Okay. So with this, let me go to the next, that is the climate resilient, some of the activities, there are different steps. There are 6 different steps in resilient practices. First is basically raising an awareness and advocacy amongst all the community at different sectors, private or whether it is a government sector. We have to, as I told you, that we have to work out the assessment at each level, whether it is a national, local or sector level, to understand what can be done, what is the impact and what systems can be used. So this assessment can be done at a different level. And once assessment is being done, we have to develop and implement some of the appropriate actions and interventions. This is going to be a very important activity, where while developing the plan and appropriate actions for interventions. While implementing, we have to mobilize some of the resources. While doing that, we have to build up our capacities and scale up the activities, actions. While doing that, we have to monitor our activities and see where we are progressing. Okay. that is monitoring and evaluation can be done at that same time. Doing this, we have to share the practices, knowledge, and experiences. We all on the, passing all these on the road, we must understand some of the learnings, good learnings, understandings, some of the experiences, we get some knowledge. So those are the things can be shared so that others will also get benefited. So these are the basically the resilient practices being followed by in some of the practices. Some of the interventions which may are very important, in terms of resilience. As I told you, in some of these three pillars, that's mitigation, adaptation, and resilience. Resilience is the major important pillar, and that is really help us to understand that we have to accept the climate change, but at the same time we have to initiate some of the activities so that our activities, our life should not be hampered with the major damage. So we have to have like climate risk and vulnerability assessment. As I told you that we have to keep on doing the assessment, and we have to see that disclosure and monitoring systems. We do keep systems like early warning systems, so that we know nowadays that technically we are much capable to understand, get the early warning systems in terms of whether it is a rainfall, whether it is a storm, or those kind of things. So we also have some of the good practices. So we have to prepare ourselves with the contingency plans and emergency responses wherever there is a which we foresee some of the natural disasters. We have to prepare ourselves. The climate risk governance and capacity building. Here, the government can play a very good role in terms of like very good systems in terms of governance. At the same time, institutional level, the capacity building can be undertaken. Nature-based solutions used to reduce risks across the sector. Yes, climate change, it's basically to deal with the nature-based solutions. So we have to have some reduced risk across all the sectors and see that there is less impact of climate change. Climate proofing and infrastructure and services. So this is again a broad topic, which I told you that, in terms of industry and building sector, this is basically the dealt with the infrastructure and services. So we have to have some of the practices and proofing so that will help to reduce the impact. Risks, basically, it has to come back with the combine with the insurance and social protection. That is very important. For common man, it is insurance and social protection in terms of through the natural disasters. So it has to be given the some kind of a protection systems. Major important things is the sharing of knowledge. Sharing of knowledge is important and best practices to adopt the risk management practices. And finally, we have to see that the volume, quality, and access of public-private finance is very important, because the people should come. I mean, the investors should come forward to see that their investment is being properly being addressed to some of the issues in terms of the climate change. So these are all interventions being followed in terms of climate change. Finally, I think this is my last slide, and okay, hope I'm in time. So even if we do not, today we are facing the like common problem like pandemic situations. We never thought of this situation. It's like uncertain thing. Suddenly it interrupted, and all the it has been impacted negatively on our day-to-day life everywhere. Like that. If we do not adopt, or we cannot do some of the mitigation practices or resilience interventions, what will happen? As you know, that impact this nowadays there are some populations. Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Why the screen sharing was stopped? Oh. Can you see that?
Yeah, sir. I'm seeing that.
Okay. Right. Okay, last slide, just 2 minutes. So this will, even if we do not practice some of these practices, the poor people will become more poor. Let me brief you in terms of that. The agriculture yield will also reduced, by 2050. At the same time, there is a lack of sufficient water availability. So there are certain even if we do not practice some of these mitigation practices, the impact will be more and more in terms of reducing the growing the poverty and the reducing the yield. There is a less availability of water. Of course, some people, like there will be migration from coastal cities. There will be rise in sea level, like at present 2.5 meters, and so that it will, the glaciers will melt, and then there will be a rise in sea level. So plus at the same time, the cost related to the preparedness in terms of these disasters will increase, several folds. So these are the several practices if we do not practice. So this is going to be more disastrous. Mostly the poverty will increase, less yield, and we need food to feed the people. There is a lack of water. Water is one of the input which is required for everybody. So these are all things are going to have a negative impact of it. So with this, I think I would like to, conclude my topics. I hope I could able to complete in time. Sorry, I have covered, it's 18:30. That's fine. That's good. So I don't know whether I can, I have covered most of my topics in generally as such, but if anybody has any problems, they can always email me, or I'm available on mobile as well. So at the same time, the organizers can play a major role in terms of like coordinating all these activities. Thank you, Himani, for helping me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the information. And we have some questions from the participants. So if you permit, so should I take the questions?
Yeah. Please.
Yes, sir. Sir, you have mentioned about the policy reforms. So can you please tell our participant about some existing policies which government have about the climate change?
Great. As I told you that, okay, now let me tell you the things. Each country, there are different practices being adopted at international level, national level, or sector level. Now we are talking about the national level, what are the reforms being followed. Let me tell you about that. Our recent practices of like if you see the COP26 recently, India has made some commitment with that. So we have some international level. We have already given the commitment of maintaining the carbon emissions, or maintaining the greenhouse gas emissions, or global warming, like a rise in temperature. Those are the commitments we do make in the reforms, our policy. Like each country has its own agenda in terms of there is NDCs, that is some of the commitments being maintained by each country. So individually, I cannot tell which country has got what reforms they have. So, but now it is now the information is very much available. But as I told you that there are some good states, they are doing like Chhattisgarh, Maharashtra, West Bengal, Jammu Kashmir in India. They are doing very well because they are taking the major active and leading role in terms of taking the initiatives in addressing some of the challenges. So the people who would like to know more about what are the reforms being practiced by each country level. So we have to go through the like country level, action plan or the committee working on the climate actions. So that is how one can go into it. So there are a lot of information available country wise. So I can able to provide you some of the information later on with respect to the, because I know that recently government of Maharashtra has been active in terms of the environment and some of the climate change practices. So these are they have formed some of the reforms. They have certain practices being adopted there. So different level, different state level, different sector level. So these are the different reforms can be adopted. Please.
Yes, sir. So before asking the second question, I want to you to stop sharing your screen so that our participants can see you.
Sorry, yeah. Is it okay?
Yes, sir. Now it's okay.
Fine.
Sir, how we can reduce the emission of greenhouse gases from agriculture, like agriculture contributes for the emission of greenhouse gases?
As you know that greenhouse gas emissions being taken under, okay. As I explained, the greenhouse gas emissions, there are direct cultivation practices being followed, like tillage practices. Now there is a zero tillage practices being adopted so that there is no there is reduce in greenhouse gas emissions. As most of this greenhouse gas emission consists of this nitrous oxide, methane, and carbon dioxide. So we have to see that rather than releasing these gases, we have to see that how it can put it, like carbon dioxide, we have to put into the soil. So that nitrous. So we have to see that how these practices can be adopted. There was a very good, of course, I saw some of the photos shared by our some of the experts that paddy fields, after being harvested, it is being kept idle for several months, where these practices are not really good in terms of to address the climate change, rather than use it to see that how it is being covered. So that is how the regenerative practices in agriculture can be introduced. Again, let me tell you, the thing is that the greenhouse gas emissions, or whether it is mitigation practices in agriculture systems. So mostly the regenerative systems has to be adopted in agriculture, where there is a less fallow land, in terms of like they have to cover the land always with some of the green cultivation, so that there is a less greenhouse gas emissions. At the same time, the soil is basically a living organism. Let me tell you, the thing is that whatever we are dealing with this is basically deal with the living organisms, and soil is the major input. We have to see always see the condition of soil, how it is being maintained, rather than just keeping it. Once we take one crop and just leave it for another crop after some time. So that is not to be followed. We have to see that how it has to be, the crop system is such a way that it should like nexus, sort of help each other, maintaining the health of the soil. So this is how the practices. Again, I can if we talk about each crop wise, what crop can be taken. So again, that is also very different things. Yes, please.
Sorry, sir. Sir, the last question is how the government is awareing and motivating the farmers about climate change and climate resilient agriculture at ground level.
Yes, very good. This is a good question. Let me tell you, the thing is it again depend on the government leadership, and who is actually how they are much aware about this, that the common problems. Again, I would like to tell you that I will give an example of government of Maharashtra. Like the minister, the new young entrepreneur, the minister, Mr. Aditya Thackeray, who is taking the very active role in, playing very good practices in terms of environment friendly and climate friendly practices. So they have to look into the practices, what can be adopted, whether it is, we have to see that there is no desertification, there is always tree plantations. So all these practices has to be integrated in some of their policy reforms. So each government has to see from their own state perspective that what can be adopted in terms of each state level, or whether it is at specific level. So I can say that at national, if we see the India as such, so as you know that India is a very vast country, and we dealt with all these different states. Different state has got its own issues and challenges, but in combine, we have made some commitments at international level. So we try to maintain our own strategy. We form some strategy, we try to maintain it, and try to cover it, try to see that although we made some commitment, we can able to monitor it and see that how we can reach up to that level. So that is what I can say with this at the moment.
Okay, sir. Sir, thank you so much. Thank you for your valuable time, sir.
Yes, yes, I would like to thank, if anybody, because there, I mean, this is a very broad topic. I can tell you that I can talk, hours and hours, but if we can talk about, as I told you, that regenerative agriculture is one of the major things we have to really think of it, and that will address some of the challenges of climate change, and the people should really think of what is regenerative agriculture. So we have to keep on doing the practices or farming practices regenerative, different crop systems, adopting what is the soil health conditions, at the same time different practices to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. So these are all different practices being followed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And thanks to all the participants for joining this session. And I'm requesting you to stay tuned for the next session. So here I warmly welcome our newly joined participants to the 13th day of this training program, which is Agriculture 2.0, a next level approach towards sustainability, smart farming, and agri innovation. Myself, 𝑚 Gautam, Chief Associate Editor, Just Agriculture Magazine, would like to extend a heartiest welcome to our honorable eminent personality, Dr. 𝒂𝒈𝒓𝒐 Kaur, on the behalf of entire team of Just Agriculture and our co-organizers of this training program. We are very honored to have you with us, ma'am. Before ma'am enlightens us with her wise words, I will take a few moments for ma'am's introduction here. Dr. 𝒂𝒈𝒓𝒐 Kaur received her PhD from Punjab University, Chandigarh in 2006. She is a gold medalist in MPhil, and she has done her MPhil from Punjab University, Chandigarh. She has more than 17 years of teaching and research experience, and currently holding the position of Dean Student Welfare and Head Department of Life Sciences at 𝒂𝒈𝒓𝒐 University, Mohali since July 2008. She has guided number of MPhil and PhD scholars under her guidance. She has more than 40 international and national research publications. Recently, ma'am is honored with the India Prime Top 100 Women Icons of Indian Educationist Award 2021 by 𝒂𝒑 for contribution in academics, research, and social services. She is honored with Global Principal Award by considering her contribution in academics, research, and social empowerment by Global Talk Foundation under MSME, Government of India. She got recognized as Best Researcher in Environment Science 2021 by IARDO and AICPERT, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, which is registered under Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Niti Aayog, and National Human Rights Commission, Government of India. Ma'am was honored with Academic Excellence Award 2020 and recognized as professional member of Institute of Scholars for Lifetime by Institute of Scholars, MSME, Government of India. Dr. Kaur is honored with Academic Leader Female Award during International Conference on Business and Academic Excellence 2020 organized by GISR Foundation on December 26, 2020. She received Inspirational Women Award 2020 for academic leadership by IARDO on International Day of the Girl Child on 11th October 2020, organized by SNDT Women's University, Mumbai by ARDO. She is also the recipient of Best Teacher Award by Indian Society of Technical Education, New Delhi in 2013 by her significant contribution in the area of research and academics. Ma'am has organized various national and international conferences and symposium under her headship. She participated and presented scientific presentation in more than 30 national and international conferences. Ma'am is guiding many PhD and PG students for their research work under her supervision. She is the resource person for academic and social issues, talks in schools, colleges on balanced diet and personal hygiene, drug abuse, curse for society, Internet of Things, soft skill, and etc. etc. Ma'am also organized various webinars on career counseling, how to choose right career path, Environment Day 2020, World Wetland Conservation 2020, Biosafety Environment, Health and Safety 2020, and many more. Ma'am has conducted 400 plus academic workshops under the Ministry of Education India for school and colleges under Education Social Responsibility on behalf of 𝒂𝒈 University. Her research work has been recognized by her various international publications in Scopus, UGC approved, and Thomson Reuters and other well-referred journals. She is editorial board member and associate editor of many well-reputed international journals. She is the member of American Association of Science and Technology, USA. She is editorial board member of Journal of Ecology and Environment, Las Vegas, USA, Associate Editor of American Research Journal, Editorial Board Member of International Journal of Plant Physiology and Biochemistry, Member of International Society of Environment Botanist, NBRI, Lucknow, India, and Member of Society for Environment Science, Punjab Agriculture University, India. She is the coordinator of various committees constituted at university level for the academic and research excellence. Ma'am, we appreciate your valuable time to grace our virtual podium and eagerly look forward to your great words. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Himani. Thank you very much for such an honorable introduction. You took so long. Thank you very much. Very good evening to everyone. And I really hope that you all are keeping well because the pandemic is still there. It's not over. COVID-19 is here. But yes, before the beginning with this session, I would like to congratulate Just Agriculture Magazine and Agro-Environmental Education and Farmers Welfare Society for organizing this 15 days international training workshop for exchanging, ideas, views, and disseminating of the knowledge with the participants, with the experts. So it's really a wonderful experience, I guess, for each and everyone. So thank you very much for keep organizing such kind of, the workshops and the training programs. This is really very beneficial for the students, especially for the young generation. So today I will be discussing about a very, the common topic, that is the food problems in India, rather the food crisis in India. So I will be discussing about the various, the problems and the kind of solutions we can have. So let me share my screen first. I'm not able to share my screen. Himani?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know. I'm not able to share my screen.
Ma'am, I will try. 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 Ma'am, I will try
Yes. Now you have shared it.
Yeah, ma'am, I have shared it. Is visible or not?
Yes, this is visible.
Yeah, ma'am, you can continue.
No, it's not visible now.
Visible.
Mani, I can see the screen, but the presentation is not there.
Okay, ma'am.
Yes, I can see it now.
Yes, ma'am, you can continue now.
So move to the next slide.
Yes, ma'am.
So we will be discussing about the food problems in India, the food crisis in India, right? So why food is required? We all know that food is required at each and every stage of our life, like during infant stage, during a childhood, whether it's an adulthood. It is required at each and every stage of our life. It is required for the normal functioning of our body. When we talk about the metabolic processes, when we talk about the physiological processes of our body, the food is required at each and every stage of our life, right? So this we know very well. But why, when we say the large quantity of food resources are available on this earth surface, undoubtedly these resources are there, but why the problems still exist when it comes to the food, or when it comes to the food security? Why so much food insecurity is there? Next, please. Next, please. Himani, I guess let me, use my other number to share the screen, if it is fine with you.
Yes, ma'am, you can.
You just stop sharing screen, because it's not going to work like this. Kindly bear with us. Mani, please stop sharing screen. I have joined from my other number, so kindly allow me to be the host of this meeting so that I can share my screen.
Yes, ma'am, we'll do it in a while.
Okay.
Chetan, kindly make another number as a co-host.
Ma'am, with which name you have joined?
This is from the mobile phone. Dr.
And please tell us the name from which you have joined so that we can make you co-host.
Himani, this is in the name of Dr. Simarjit.
Yes, ma'am, you can share now.
Okay, let me try. So can you see it now?
We can see it, but we can't see the screen properly.
I've shared the mobile screen.
Yes, ma'am, you can continue.
Yes, this is going to work, I guess,
Yes, ma'am.
right?
Yes, ma'am.
So, well, we were sorry for the interruption. Really very sorry. This is where the technology fail us and we fail technology, right? So food problems in India, we will be discussing about today. So we all are aware that food is required at each and every stage of our life. And this is required for the proper functioning of our body, right? And when we talk about the various food resources on this earth surface, let me tell you 30,000 plant species, it can be used as a food. But only 15 plant species and 8 animal species supply 90% of our food. So when we keep on talking about the food crisis, we need to understand ample quantity numbers of edible plant and animal species are available on this earth surface. It is us who are not able to accept those food resources as a source of our food. We are dependent only on few of the crops. I have mentioned over here only 300 crops, 300 crops, they can be grown. But what we do, we are restricted only to rice, wheat, barley, maize, potatoes. These are the most widely used crops. So what about other crops? We are not either cultivating those crops commercially, or if we are cultivating, we have not developed those taste buds for those kind of crops. Yes, when we talk about the food crisis, we need to think about those other, the crops which can be grown commercially, but we are still not exploring that side, right? Then fruits and vegetables are there. We know they are very rich in proteins, vitamins, minerals. So all the important minerals and the vitamins we are getting from the fruits and the vegetables, but we never consider fruits and the vegetables as our main, course or a main source of food. after eating, the heavy pranthas, chapatis, or taking proper meal, we can have, fruits and vegetables. But if I tell you to have this as your main course, we don't accept fruit and vegetables as our main course. So especially when we talk about the food problems associated with the health, there the fruits and the vegetables, they really play a very significant role. Then domesticated animals are there, milk and milk products are there, aquaculture, that is the production of the food from the aquatic habitat, that is the seafood, right? So we see a large number of food resources are available on this earth surface. It is us who are not ready to accept those food resources. And that's why this I can say is one of the reasons, like specifically in the developing nations, we are facing this food crisis situation. According to International Commission on Irrigation and the Drainage, it has estimated that the current food production would have to double within the next 25 years just to meet the need of the increasing population. And this is a fact, because population is the major reason that we are facing such kind of the issues, especially again with reference to developing nations, where I will be talking about the India, right? So according to Food and Agriculture Organization, around now it's around 800 million people in the world, they are chronically hungry. And out of this 800 million people, you can say the 700 plus million people, they are in the developing nation. And 300 million people, the figure is slightly lower down right now. What we are saying, 189.2 million people. Here I'm talking about the chronically hungry, right? The chronically hungry means these are the people who don't have access to 2 times meal in a day. These are the people who are actually hungry. They are undernourished. There is no proper intake of the calories, right? So this is the state of the India right now. So 189.2 million people, they are chronically hungry right now in the country, and COVID-19 has aggregated this situation. Our previous speakers has also mentioned this point. The COVID-19 is aggregating this situation. We keep on talking about the climate change and the other factors, and we bounce back. Resilience is there. But yes, we need to think about it like such situation where we give prominence to the certain things, like we give prominence to the droughts, the natural calamities, we give prominence to the floods. The COVID-19, it was unexpected. And for the last 2 years, this has been hitting specifically the developing nation to some another level. And it is being adding more and more chronicle hungry people to our list. So these food problems, they earlier were there, pre-independence, post-independence, and still existing. When we say we have achieved the heights, we have touched the sky, we have touched the moon, but still these problems are existing on the earth. And this is where we need to carry that thought. And these food problems, these are also associated with the health. It is not only about to have access to 2 times a meal in a day. This is also to relate with the health issues, because these are the people who are actually hungry, right? Means food hunger is there. And what Food and Agriculture Organization says, the average minimum calorie intake all over the world, that is 2,500 calories per day per person. So it says 2,500 calories per day per person is required on a long-term basis. And this is the minimum calorie intake, right? And when we talk about the food problem, if a person receives less than 90% of this minimum calorie intake on a long-term basis, it's not like for a day or 2 days you are fasting, or you haven't taken proper diets or the calories for the 2-3 days, and you will fall into the category of the undernourishment. It's not like that. When we say the long-term basis, that means like for long run, like for 2 months, for 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, or 6 months, right? So if a person receives less than 90% of this minimum calorie intake on a long-term basis, then the person is said to be undernourished. And if a person receives less than 80% of this minimum calorie intake on a long-term basis, then the person is said to be chronically undernourished. So that means I wouldn't say it leads to death. But yes, the undernourishment, the people, they don't lead active and the productive life. Starving in India, you see, this is the state. Undernourishment is there. These are the people who don't have access to 2 times meal in a day. And under the COVID-19 situation, even they were not having access to 1 time meal in a day. So that's why we say, when we say don't waste the food, just think about these sad faces, like, or you want to contribute something, you know, as an individual, to, you know, uplift the standard of some people in your neighborhood, in the community services, right? Starving in India, it is there. It was there. We have reduced the number, but yes, under this pandemic situation, we are adding more and more number to the chronically hungry people. Then there is a problem of the malnourishment. See, undernourishment, as I said, it doesn't lead to death. But yes, in extreme cases, if you are chronically hungry and you don't have access to meals for a long time, it can cause death, right? And when we talk about the malnourishment, it is not only like the people who can afford food, they can be malnourished. And mostly the people, the rich ones, they are falling into this category, trust me, because they are the people, they are moving more towards the junk food, towards the fast food, right? They are not taking the balanced diet. So when we say the malnourishment, I keep asking this question to my students, are you malnourished? They say, no, ma'am, we are not malnourished. We are having 4 times, 5 times, 6 times meals in a day. So see, that is like they are not undernourished. Malnourishment, when there is a deficiency of specific kind of, you know, the minerals, the proteins or the vitamins in your diet, in your body, then the person is said to be malnourished. There could be a deficiency of iron that leads to anemia, deficiency of iodine leads to goiter, deficiency of protein leads to marasmus. So these are very much common. The people, they don't take balanced diet. They eat 8 times meal in a day, but they are not taking the balanced diet. So that is leading them to the malnourishment. So this is not related with the hunger. Undernourished people are automatically malnourished, but there are people who are eating tummy full, still they are malnourished. There is a lack of knowledge, lack of understanding about the balanced diet. So these problems, food problems, these are associated with the health. So this is the malnourishment, a wasting of the flesh without fever and apparent disease, where physically you feel there is no fever, there is no apparent disease, no symptoms, but this is a wasting of the flesh. This is actually the malnourishment. And we have seen a number of anemic people. Around 51.4% women in the reproductive age in India, if I say, they are anemic, like there is a deficiency of iron in their body, and they are at the reproductive age. If I say between the age of the 15, 16 or the 49, they are suffering from the anemia, 51.4%. And the figure is really very high if I say the percentage. And 14% of the people, they are undernourished in India. Then this is also an issue in the developing nation. And of course, with the society who are having access to all the kind of the resources. So this happens when a people, the daily intake of the calories, that is 3,500 per day. And on a long-term basis, like every day you keep on eating pizza, burger, pastries, you are entirely shifted towards the junk and the fast food. And that is resulted into the overnourishment, and this leads to the obesity. If obesity is there, this will lead you to be diabetic or high BP, hypertension, and that will result into the other cardiovascular problems. So obesity or the overnourishment, this is also one of the food problem related with the health. And especially this has been happening in the young generation and in the, you know, the rich strata of our country, right? So this is where we say there is undernourished kids, then we are having the overnourished kids. Now you see, we need to maintain that balance if we really want to overcome these food problems in India. Now, let me take you to the brief history from where this food problem started. We all know that, as I said, the food, roti, kapda, and makan, this is what we say, na? These are the basic necessities of a person. food, clothing, and shelter. But food is the first most important necessity. No one can survive without sufficient food. So it is the prime duty of every government to provide sufficient food to all the people of a state. And if a government fails to provide sufficient and nourishing food to her people, she fails on all the economic, social, and the political fronts, because this is the utmost required thing for the people, the food. Therefore, sufficient food should be provided to all the people of a state. And for this, the production of the food grain should be sufficient to meet their demand. If the production is less than the demand, again, the country will have to import the food grains from the other countries, which we are doing right now. India is importing food grains from the, the other countries. And this is actually putting additional, financial burden on our country. So which will create the problem of the adverse balance of the trade and the balance of the payment. So if we are trying to fight the hunger, we are putting financial burden on the country. So in India, if I say from where this, the food problem started, with the breakup of the Burma from the India in 1937. This was the first, year where I can say the food crisis started in India, because Burma was the source of rice in India. So in 1937, there was a breakup of Burma from the India. So from where Burma was a part of us, right? And for the first time, India has to import rice from Burma, right? Because it was now out of the hands of the Burma, India. And during Second World War, what happened? Burma went into the hands of the Japan. So only source of rice was cut off. So we were importing rice from the Burma, and that source was cut off right now. The famine of Bengal, that is very much famous, that was due to this thing only. This was the real cause, because the Burma went into the hands of the Japan during Second World War. And when we were fighting with this food crisis, in 1947, India subdivided into India and Pakistan. And that further aggregates the issue, because the food resources, they were subdivided. They were subdivided into two countries. So this is from where these food problems started, right? So this is the brief history. When we say the pre-independence, the scenario was entirely different, and post-independence, we were facing food crisis. Yes, pre-independence, we started facing food crisis. The problems just aggregated with the passage of the time, and it aggregated with the subdivision of the India into India and Pakistan. So when we look at the food crisis or the food problems in India, we are having a very, broader aspects. Different aspects are there. Some people, they say, yes, this is, due to the quantitative aspects. Some say this is due to the qualitative aspect. Some say this is the economic aspects are there. Then we say the distributive aspects are there. So let's take a look of various aspects and just think about it, because these are the kind of the, the thought-provoking things are there that you need to understand. So when I say the quantitative aspects, let me tell you, we are the second most populated country in the world. Everybody knows, right? And India, in percentage, if I say, the India is supporting 20% of the total world population, right? But when it comes to the availability of the land area in India, it has only 2% of the total land area available with us, right? Now you think how this 2% of the land is sufficient to support 20% of the total world population. So quantitatively, if we say the 2% of the total land area is not sufficient to support 20% of the population. So population here is the main reason for the food crisis in India. We are having enough food production. And post-independence, yes, there were certain rules were laid down by the government, and to maximize the, the yield production and to provide the lands to the landless people. So yes, the agriculture production has increased, but still, if I say, the total land area availability, that is less in India. Okay, so that's why this is, I would say, the main reason. Quantitative aspect, if we say, the quantitatively we are lacking very behind, right? Though in the last few years, the domestic production, as I said, of the food grains has increased. Yet the country has to import food grains in large quantities from time to time. Still we are importing because due to the increasing population. Then we are having the qualitative aspects. When we look at the qualitative aspects, means we are looking for the quality of the food. Here we are associating the food with the health, right? So we know they are the peoples, what we are we're talking about right now. They are the peoples who don't have access to 2 times meal a day, right? Undernourished people are there. So the people, they are not getting proper balanced diet. So here we can't, ask them to have a balanced diet or nutritive food, because they are the people who just want 2 times meal in a day. They don't bother about the quality of the food. So the poor ones, they can't afford it, right? And the rich ones, there is a lack of knowledge. This is a fact. They are not adopting that mode of consumption which is healthy, which is balanced. And then there are people who are having their some cultural, social, or the religious reasons. They don't eat meat, eggs, or seafood, and they become deficit in specific kind of the nutrients. So lack of knowledge in the rich ones, that is also one of the major health aspect related with this thing. This is the overnourishment, rather, I would say. Then the most important factor is the distributive aspects. We all are aware black marketing is there. It is there in India. It is everywhere, but yes, in India it is there. And the farmers, they have been fighting for it for a long time. The only thing is this, the wholesale trade, that is not in the hands of the government. And we know that shahukars are there, they are the people's, the middlemen are there, and food grain is not equally distributed. And due to this, the defective system of the distribution, most of the persons, they don't get food grains in sufficient quantities at the right time.
Sorry for the interruption, guys. I think ma'am have lost the signal.
Sorry, I guess I'm facing network issues.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you hear me right now?
Yeah, ma'am, you're audible. Please on your camera.
Yes, I'm using my mobile phone, so I will be sharing the screen as well.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Screen is visible?
Not yet, ma'am.
Is it visible? Kindly confirm.
Ma'am, your screen is visible.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So yes, when we talk about the distributive aspect, the black marketing is there, right? So this is what the sahukars, they are doing. Then we are having, this economic aspects. When we come to this economic aspects of the food grain in India, we say, yes, with the implementation of the 6th Pay Commission, undoubtedly, we say the average income per person has been increased. But on the other side, when we look at the food prices, we know the prices of the food grains, they are also soaring very high. So this increase is not proportionate.
the result is that most of the people in India, they are not in the position to afford the purchase of the food grains in a sufficient quantities, because the average income has been increased, but the food prices, they are being increased at some another level. So that increase should be proportionate. And every day when we wake up, we see, okay, the prices of this, the rice has been increased, or the pulses have been increased. Now the gas cylinder prices are increased. So the prices, they are being soaring very high. And this is having no proportionate increase when it comes to the average income per person in India. So yes, economic aspects also play to aggregate the problem of the food crisis in India. And when we talk about the causes of the food problems, and we look at the long-term causes of the food problem, what we say, yes, it is now around 1.30 billion people, they are living in India. And in the last decade, India has added the more than 180 million people, that is equal to the population of the Brazil. Now you see, in one decade, we are adding population into our country that is equivalent to a population of another country. And Maharashtra and UP, they are having a population more than the USA population, right? So yes, increasing population, that is one of the long-term cause for the food crisis in India. And then there is a decreased agriculture output. So why so? We are into this intensive agriculture, and still we are facing these issues. Why so? Because excessive use of the synthetic fertilizers and the pesticides to boost up the agriculture productivity, it has somehow led us to the decreased, or the deficiency of the nutrients in the soil. So in long run, if we say we are not making our soil fertile, we are just making it infertile by adding more synthetic fertilizers and the synthetic pesticide. So decreased agriculture output is there, and droughts, natural calamities, when we say the droughts are there, flood-like situations are there. So natural disasters, they also play, the significant role. And in the agriculture, still we keep talking about the organic farming, the natural farming, we keep on talking about the verming composting, but still the farmers, they are not, practicing this thing. They are still to boost up the agriculture productivity, they are adding more synthetic pesticides and the fertilizers. So that is actually ultimately leading to the decreased agriculture productivity. Now the expansion of the agribusiness. See, we always say, we keep on talking about the agripreneurship, right? We promote this thing. Yes, we do, right? But yes, when it comes to the food crisis, the land or the agriculture area that we have been using for this production of food grain production, that area now has been entirely been used for the commercial cultivation of the trees and the plants. So the farmers, they are growing plants like eucalyptus, saffada, or the popular in their agriculture fields. These are the plants which are of commercial importance, right? So they're getting benefited from growing these plants, right? But at the same time, the production of the food grain has been decreased, because the same land they used to grow the crops into the area, they are now growing those trees and the plants which are of commercial importance. So this is also the expansion of the agribusiness. This is where what we say, we need to maintain a balance. You can see one of the picture. Yes, the agriculture field is there, and in the rows they have grown the popular just as a part of agribusiness. So agribusiness doesn't mean to shift entire agriculture area into growing the commercial trees, right? This is a combination. Like the farmers, they are having an animal husbandry. They need to grow the crops, and in the strips they can grow the trees, and likewise for the natural manure, they can use the animal dung or the other, the natural manures prepared by themselves, or they can use the vermicompost. So yes, agribusiness that we promote, but we have to make a balance, right? It's not like entirely to shift the agriculture area or the food grain production to be replaced by the growing trees which are of commercial importance. This is the agroforestry, and we promote it, but not in that way, not at the the expense of decreasing the food grain production. Then droughts and floods, they are always there. This is just one of the, I would say, the corruption, unemployment, and increased food prices. Yes, they are playing a very, I would say, the significant role in creating the food crisis, specifically in India. This is just one of the picture that I have added. This is one of the comment I read on the internet. भारत रत्न तो हमें मिलना चाहिए, इतनी महंगाई, भ्रष्टाचार, आतंकवाद, गरीबी, बेरोजगारी के बावजूद भी जिंदा है. So ये एक व्यंग है. This is a comment, and this is on each one of us. This is not on our country. This is on each one of us. So yes, we need to think about this picture. This is a picture, I would say, worth of 1,000 words. Now, what the role of the government of India in designing this food policy? What the government is doing? See, post-independence, I would say, the government has formulated a policy, food policies there, and several important measures they have been taken by the government to solve this issue. So first is the increase in the production of the food grains. Let me tell you, in almost all the 5-year plans that government has drafted, this agricultural development has been accorded the top priority, right? In all the 5-year plans. And several programs, they have been launched to increase the agriculture production and the productivity, like intensive farming. Then we are having this multi-crop program, development of the high yielding variety of the seeds, intensive use of the fertilizers. So yes, as a result of this, the production of the food grain, it has increased, but still it is not able to fulfill the demands of the increasing population. Then import of the food grains. Again, to meet the shortage of the food grain, the government has been imported food grains from time to time. And every year, the import of the food grain is there. And this is actually putting an extra burden on our country. Then procurement of the food grains. The government adopted this system of the procurement of the food grains. And under this system, the government procures food grains from market every year. And for this purpose, the procurement prices, or I would say the minimum spot prices, they are announced by the government every year for all the important food grains, not for all the crops, but yes, for all the important food grains. And all the government purchases, they are made at these prices only. This is a kind of, the insurance for the farmers, because they feel quite confident, at least if any kind of natural calamity is there, floods are there, droughts are there, or they are not able to fetch, the kind of income they were expecting during that crop production, they would be able to have at least that minimum spot prices, which are being committed by the government. So it helps in protecting the farmers against the malpractices of the traders and the commission agents. So procurement of food grain, that is also one of the policy. Then the public distribution of the food grain. This system has been adopted by the government to ensure the fair distribution of the food grains at a very fair prices, or we can say at a very controlled prices. So under this system, fair price shops, or we can say the ration shops, they are being opened by the government in the rural and the suburban area. And the people, they get, the various items, food item, like the rice, wheat, sugar, even the edible oil or the kerosene, at a very fair or a controlled prices. So yes, the public distribution system, this is also, I can say, a ray of hope for the people and to curb the food crisis in India. Then the buffer stock scheme. This is also the policy of the government. So government started a scheme of maintaining this buffer stock of important food grains to ensure their regular supply throughout the year. Whenever there is a rise in the prices, the government releases them from the buffer stock to stabilize the prices. As I said earlier, yes, when it comes to the distributive aspects, black marketing is there. So when there is a deficiency of the food grains in the market, the prices of the items, they are very high. So at that time period, this buffer stock scheme, this is really very sportive, because the government at that time period released some, the stock from the buffer stock to stabilize the prices. So buffer stock operation, they are normal these days, and they have become a normal part of the food policy of the government of the India. Then establishment of the specific institution. A number of the specific institutions, they have been set up by the government to promote the agriculture production and the productivity, and to ensure the regular supply and the fair distribution of the food grains, like National Seed Corporation is there, then Agro Industries Corporation, Agriculture Prices Commission, Food Corporation of India, Fertilizer Corporation of India. So these are the, some of the institutions, they have been established by the government, and they are actually promoting the agriculture production. Then agriculture research and the development. Yes, a number of agriculture universities and the Indian Council of Agriculture Research, that is ICR, they have been established to undertake the research activities, right? So this is also one of the very appreciable step of the government of the India. So this is the role, what we say is being played by the government at their own level. But when we talk about the various preventive measures, then we say we need to enhance the production, food grain production. And this can be enhanced by the promotion of the intensive agriculture. See, when we talk about the organic farming, and on the other side, when we say the intensive agriculture, that simply means intensive agriculture, the excessive use of the fertilizers and the pesticide, anyhow to boost up the agriculture productivity. And to provide more irrigation facilities. There are areas which are the drought prone area, so proper irrigation facilities are not there. At some places the seepage is there and the area is totally becoming waterlogged, and that leads to the decreased agriculture productivity. So we need to apply the latest technique in the field of the agriculture, and for this the training of the farmers, that is very much required. And we need to use the eco-friendly products like biopesticides or, the biofertilizers. That is very much required, because in the long run, if we are just exploring the soil and we are just getting the maximum benefit right now, but when it comes to the future, or we need to carry some forethought for our future generations. So definitely the soil will become barren. It is almost barren at some of the places, because we have taken, or the plants or the crops, they have taken each and every nutrients from the soil. So this is a time to add some kind of, the natural manures, or, the natural fertilizers to maintain the soil fertility in the long run. And yes, most importantly, in the developing nation, we need to control the population. Then improvement in the distribution system. I would say the wholesale trade, it should be in the hands of the government. And there should be a ban over the black marketing of the food. And the resources should be developing for food grain storage by the government. Then improvement in the agriculture management. This is also very much required. And such kind of training programs, which is now being organized for the students or the participants, I guess such kind of training should be given to the farmers by visiting the rural area, by going to their villages and to interact with them and telling them how they can improve their agriculture productivity, right? So training should be given to the farmers and to the agriculture authorities. Improvements should be done in a land tenures. Providing easy loan and insurance facilities to the farmer by the government. Yes, subsidies, they are being already provided by the government, but yes, they need to add some more, I can say, the loans and the assurance facilities to the farmer. And planning for the crop cultivation should be done. It should be properly planned, right? Balanced diet, if we talk about the health issues, yes, balanced diet should be promoted. Even the government has started with this midday meal scheme in the schools. Then we need to change our consumption mode. We need to little bit change our, the taste buds. We can have the fruits and vegetables or the other resources which are available as a main source of food, rather than fixing our food habits only to the wheat, rice, and potatoes, tomatoes, peas. So few varieties are there which we are actually consuming, right? Then yes, sustainable agriculture practices. Food crisis can be overcome if we will focus more on the sustainable agriculture practices. So we need to move more towards the organic farming. As I said earlier, the organic farming is the only solution which can retain back or replenish back the soil fertility. right? So when we say the organic farming or the natural farming, that means the complete, I would say, the elimination of the synthetic fertilizers and the pesticides, and to add more natural manures and the verming compost into the, the field, right? Then agroforestry, that is the commercial, I would say, the agriculture, which is more focused on this agribusiness. That is the combination of the growing trees into the agriculture field. But again, we have to make that balance so that we can maximize that, the agriculture productivity. Then precision farming, yes, ICT based, when we say the information and communication technology, that is very much in, but yes, there are farmers who are not able to use it. Precision farming, this is very, I can say, is a site specific, and we need to promote this precision farming, right? So in the precision farming, what we do, we are already using drip irrigation method, we are using sprinkler method. So in the drip irrigation method, the water is supplied only to the roots of the plants rather than irrigating the whole area. So there we are more focused on the water conservation. So likewise, the fertilizer in the soluble form, it can be applied to the roots of the plants. So why to give the fertilizer or the nutrition to the weeds or the unwanted plants which are being grown along with the, the food grain along with the crops? Right. So this is one of the best way where the people, the farmers, they are using GPS, GIS, they are using technology, and they are aware what kind of, the quantity of water is required, the soil is deficient in such kind of nutrients. And so accordingly, they can make the amendments and they can provide those, the nutrients to the soil. So yes, the precision farming, that is one of the best solution. Then conservation of the agriculture, crop rotation and intercropping. At some places, the farmers, they are really doing it rather than growing the same crops every year. That can be replaced by another crop, right? Then intercropping, mixed cropping, strip cropping. So if we grow crops, if we say, okay, there is a example, there is a deficiency of the nitrogen in the field, so we can, with the other crops, we can have a strip of the leguminous plants, so they will automatically fix up the atmospheric nitrogen. So likewise, we need to aware the farmers for this, right? So mixed cropping, strip cropping, or the intercropping or the crop rotation, these are really very, the sporty processes when we talk about the sustainable agriculture practices. Then we are having this cover crops and the mulching. Again, many farmers, they are practicing this thing where the, the herbaceous plant parts, they are as such plowed into the field. And this is actually adding a more natural organic manure into the soil. Yes, the cover crops and the mulching, this is also one of the practice that can be easily adopted by the farmers. Verming composting, yes, many are doing, but still we always say the organic foods are the costly foods. Why these foods are the costly foods? Because the farmers, they are still, they are very much hesitant in adopting this organic farming, right? They are just in the need of getting the results within a short span of time. So when the farmers, they move or switch over to the organic farming or the verming composting, or they are using natural manure, in the beginning, we advise them to use the combination of the synthetic fertilizers and then the natural manure, because it takes some time. It is a gradual process, and for the soil to replenish their minerals, right, to recycle their nutrients, it takes some time. So yes, complete switchover entirely from the synthetic fertilizers and then to the the natural manure. There should be a transition phase, right? And it takes 3-4 years, and then they can see after 4 years the organic farms, they are giving them the food grain production. It will maximize their yield production, and with the nutrient quality that is on the higher side, right? Then contour farming, this is being practicing at the hilly area, and it also very good practices, good practice for the soil conservation as well as for the water conservation. Then rainwater harvesting. Then we are having floating farming. Yes, the floating farming, this is a kind of concept in the waterlogged area, where the people, they feel like, oh, this area is waterlogged, so we can't grow crops, so we can't do any kind of farming over there. So we know the common weeds, the water hyacinth that is there in the water. So the people, what they are doing, they are actually weaving the threads of those water hyacinth, and they are making the beds of the water hyacinth or the liverworts, the water plants. Basically, they are making bed of all the from these, the water plants. And then they are adding the silt into it. Then they are at the top, they are adding the liverworts, which are, very easily they can be decomposed. So basically, they are preparing a bed mixed with the soil. And this bed, this keeps floating on the surface of the water. And on this bed, they grow crops. So basically, this bed acts as a natural fertilizer. So floating farming, this is also in fashion, and this is actually, this is leading us to the sustainable agriculture practices, specifically in those areas where the people, they feel like they are not able to, grow the crops due to the waterlogging. Yes, the vertical farming, I guess everybody is aware of this, the vertical farming. Now, why we are in the need of this vertical farming? Because the horizontal farming, that is failing nowadays. And in the vertical farming, we know the skyscrapers are there. So when the farmers or the people, they are into the vertical kind of farming, they are not focused on, doubling the agricultural area, because they are going vertical. So of course, they are more focused on doubling the land fertility and doubling the yield production, right? So this is very much successful, the vertical farming. And skyscrapers, we can see the spaceships where the farming is being done. So this method, but yes, it is most commonly used for, I'd say, the personal use or for the community use rather than the wholesale production, right? So the farmers, they are into the practice of this, the skyscrapers and the spaceships. And mostly when they are going for the vertical farming, they are going organic. This is really a good thing. If they are going vertical, they are also going organic. Okay, and to curb the undernourishment, I guess I have already discussed this point. The midday meal scheme that has been started in India by the Supreme Court of India, and this is very successful. It actually, at least they are able to have access to one-time full meal in the schools. And this is very sportive, the initiative on the part of the government. Then the intake of the nutritive food or the balanced diet. This is for those people who can afford, but they are not taking the balanced diet. They are just feeding on the fast food or the other junk food. Yes, balanced diet is the one which contains all the types of the nutrients. It fulfills the requirement of the calories, proteins, minerals, and the vitamins. So let me conclude it in this way. I really wanted to have more, the interaction, but I am facing network issues. So I am in the hurry to conclude it very fast rather than being disconnected from all of you. So if I would like to conclude, I would say the government succeeded in solving the food problems. How far? And in checking the food grain prices. See, many of the short-term measures being adopted by the government to solve the food problems, they had been succeeded to avoid the severe food shortages, like provide minimum amount of the food in the area suffering from the famine condition. So at least the measures being adopted by the government, these measures are quite successful, at least to provide minimum amount of the food to those people who are having, the very, the hunger situation is there, or from the famine condition, right? And also checking the rise in the prices of the food grains. But yes, if we say the recently, then I would say for the last 2 or 3 years, the prices of the food grains, they have been rising steadily, right? And this is mainly because of the heavy deficit financing and the large increase in the money supply in the country. So unless the government gives attention to this point, the problem of the food and the food grain prices will assume the proportions of the crisis. It will be a complete crisis again, because the proportionate increase in the salary or the average income or the prices of the food items, the government need to make some balance, right? Otherwise, as our previous honorable speaker has said, the COVID is being going to add more, more and more people into the chronically hungry category. So we are a developing nation, and we are the second most populated country. We are already having a people who are living their life below the poverty line. So here where the government has to make some wise decision and to reach, because see, as the farmers, they are doing their bit, everybody is doing their bit. And at the end of the day, the farmers, the individuals, everyone is looking at the, the government, right? So and the sustainable agriculture, that is the only solution to curb the food crisis. In nutshell, if I would like to conclude, this sustainable agriculture, that is the only solution to curb the food crisis, specifically in India, if I say. This is global. Yes, the worldwide food crises are there, but today we are focused only on the food crisis in India, right? So sustainable agriculture, it will lead to the environmental sustainability, it will lead to the financial sustainability, and definitely social sustainability. So sustainable agriculture will bring all these three factors together. All these three factors are related with each other. So thank you very much. I hope this was understandable and I was able to convey what I was trying to convey. So thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, ma'am, for such an insightful session.
Sorry for the technical, problem that I was facing. Network issues, it never happened, and I didn't leave the place just because not to face any technical issues, but anyhow I was able to deliver it. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, it happens in the technical era, it's quite normal. So ma'am, we have some questions from the participants, so if you permit me, so should I ask the question?
Yeah, yes, just make thoda jaldi karna. I think having network issues.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, India slipped to 101 position in the Global 100 Index in 2021. So according to you, which is important, whether we have to focus on food security or food safety? Do you think that we need another green revolution in India?
Yes, definitely we need. We need a green revolution in India. Even we need white revolution, pink revolution. If we, when it comes to the food security, it is not only about the green revolution. White revolution, that is related with the milk. So when we talk about the food crisis or the food security, it is not only related with the food grains, it is also focused on the milk and animals, and the animal and the milk products, meat products. Yes, we need such kind of revolution in India. But yes, that revolution was directly related with the intensive farming, where everybody was, the more focused on the use of the synthetic fertilizers and pesticides by keeping aside the traditional farming. So boom was there to maximize the production. But now at this point of time, when where we are talking about the environmental sustainability as well, right? So yes, there we have to keep all the factors in our mind. We have to keep the environment in our consideration. We have to check the negative impact of the fertilizers and the pesticides, and we need to move towards the organic farming. If we need another green revolution, I want it to be in the field of the organic farming, right? And that is the need of the hour. And that is the only thing I keep talking. Yes, this is the thing which we can, we can feed our future generations as well, right? This is the thing to maintain the soil fertility. We need green revolution, and we need it in the form of the organic farming.
Yes, ma'am, definitely. Ma'am, another question. You have mentioned about the balanced diet. So nowadays, intermittent fasting is getting very popular among people. People used to avoid the consumption of food from 10 to 18 hours for a proper diet. So according to you, one should go for it or not?
No, I wouldn't say I am not in the favor of that intermittent fasting or any kind of fasting. I always say eat, but eat healthy. Whatever you eat healthy food, so that at least your body will be getting some kind of the nutrition, right? Fasting is not leading you to anywhere. Fasting, the people, they are not doing for any kind of making balance in their body. They are doing it to shed off extra pounds of weight. they can shed off that extra pounds of weight by switching over to the healthy lifestyle, by switching over to the balanced diet. So rather than eating pizza, burger, patties or pastries every day, they can have a salad. So this is what I said during my talk. We need to change our mode of consumption. So after eating parantha, we can have one apple. Why not to take that apple as a main meal? Or why not to eat those, the salad or the fibrous fruits or the vegetables into our diet? So yes, there is a need to change our mode of consumption. The dieting or the fasting is not leading us anywhere. For 2 days, 3 days, you can have it. And afterwards, if you are, for 2 days fasting, you are more into fried foods or eating potatoes. So such kind of things are actually making you look more bulky or taking you to on the other side of facing the health issues. So it's better to take the balanced diet, the nutritive diet. And when you feel like you are having that hunger, rather than eating one, the samosa or any kind of pizza, why don't you take one carrot and or the radish, and why don't you eat it? Why don't you go for the cucumber? Why not to have the banana or the apple? Right, to curb the hunger. So I don't recommend to go for this fasting thing.
Yes, ma'am, very right. We have to change our food habits.
Yes.
So is vegan diet a ideal diet for humans?
Yes, it is. Again, I would say there are people, the religious things are there. If you say I am completely vegetarian, right? So if we say, okay, the meat and the meat products, they are the only source of the proteins, right? So they are not only the only source of the proteins. We can have soya, nutri is there, the black gram, kala chana is there. The people even in the our elders, they used to take the soup of chana, black gram, and still the people, they take it. So the deficiency of the one item then can be filled by the another item, which is actually vegetarian in nature for the people. So substitutes are there. It is not like the people, if they are, it is again a personal choice. When we say, okay, each and everyone is having the right to survive, so there we feel like, okay, why to kill the animals, right? So that is in our personal choice. I am not commenting on this thing. And then religious aspects are also there. But you can't say if we are not taking animals or animal products, we are lacking in some kind of the nutrition. It is there, those can be supplemented with the vegetarian diet. So accordingly, we need to plan that diet. Substitutes.
Yes. Thank you so much, ma'am. We are done with the questions, and sorry for the technical problems.
No need to be sorry. Actually, it was at my end.
Thank you, ma'am, for such an enlightening session. I hope all the participants have gained a lot of knowledge from you. And now, for the next session, I would like to over this virtual podium to Dr. Ritika. Over to you, ma'am. Ritika, ma'am, are you there?
Okay. Himani ma'am, am I audible to you now?
Yeah, ma'am, you're audible.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay,
thank you, Himani ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
A very good evening to all the intellectual people. Well, I'm your host, Dr. Ritika Singh, for the third session of day 13th of this prestigious international training cum workshop. So before moving into the next session, I would like to welcome our participants and guest speaker on the behalf of Just Agriculture team. Now, I would like to initiate this evening with the quote of Robert Collier: "Success is the sum of small efforts repeated day in and day out." So now let me introduce you with the speaker, that is Mr. C.J. Prabhakar. Well, he is a sericulture expert. He was former scientist at Central Silk Board. With an experience of 37 years and 5 months, he has achieved a lot through research, extension, and teaching. He guided over 90 farmers in the successful harvest of bivoltine cocoons in adopted village Ajwara. He has many national and international publications. Well, he has also formulated many highly valuable and innovative projects, such as one with applying solar passive energy in rearing house for providing optimum condition in seed cocoon generation, and other project was on improvement of muga seed production techniques using double step preservation techniques of pupae and seed and dipause induction. He has imparted many trainings and bagged an innovation, that is design and development of new acid treatment bath for bivoltine grainages. He has taken up different tasks during his work tenure, such as P3 seed cocoon generation, bivoltine hybrid seed production, bivoltine P3 seed supply, race multiplication, and many others. He is an independent consultant for extending the technical support to the needy NGOs in Madhya Pradesh, Assam on volunteer basis. So not taking much of the time, I would like to invite our guest speaker, Mr. 𝒂𝒊𝒏𝒂𝒕 sir, to enlighten us on the topic, sericulture and agro-livelihood come business venture. Over to you, sir.
Am I audible to you all?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Ritika Singh, for giving such an elaborate introduction on me. I am not such a big person to say so much on those things. It was only my detailed resume for searching for opportunities which I shared due to shortage of my time. Okay. Shall we go ahead with our presentation?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please. You want my video also there?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That would be good.
Yeah. Welcome all to the participants. You must be very eager to know what is sericulture and why sericulture has to get a special place in your agriculture-based scenario. This was one of the important tasks where most of the South Indian states, that is 4 states, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, and even Maharashtra, has lakhs and lakhs of people depending upon silk production. Silk production is such a interesting but very essential livelihood activity for over nearly 6 lakh families covering more than 18 states. And now I'm just discussing on what are the activities which can motivate you people to take up a new entrepreneur activities in sericulture, be an agricultural graduate or an agricultural entrepreneur or a independent businessman or a textile expert or a business tycoon. So let us go through this. I'm just sharing my views basing on my experience and basing on the knowledge which I gained. Before that, I would like to give you a broad introduction of the silk. Sericulture, what is sericulture? Why silk is so important? There are maybe many of you may not be knowing, silk must be only one type you must have seen. There are about at least 5 types of silks which you can see and in the different fabrics and that is made. Bombex Mori silk, which is called mulberry silk, some called pat silk here in Assam area and other things. That is one of the on the very left side. Then we have eri silk, which is also produced in India, mostly in northeastern states, in Assam and many of the Assam northeastern states. Then we have a tassar silk, which is called tassar here. And we also have an exclusive muga silk, which is produced only in major 95% in Assam and other neighboring Meghalaya, other states, about only a few states. And we also, last time I have shown it, it is a tassar peduncle silk, which is a part of tassar silk only. In tassar, we will be having 2 types of silk, which is called tropical tassar and temperate tassar. Temperate tassar silk is produced in almost in the Himalayan belt, where the specific oak tassar plants will be available. Whereas the tropical tassar is produced in mid-India part, Chhattisgarh, Bihar, and even Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, part of Maharashtra, West Bengal. These are the states. Next slide, please. Can you move the next slide, please? Yeah. So sericulture, what you see is the shining and other thing is one of the only one characters which you have been doing it, which are looking at it. The process of sericulture, producing silk and then to convert it into the whole process into a fabric is sericulture. It is an agro-based, textile-linked activity, and it is also a rural household with minimal investment where agriculture can be done and it can be produced. Silk is a natural fiber known for its smooth, soft, and silky texture, like you see in the next picture here. Silk is actually a oozed out product. It is a vomiting product of sericogenous insects, produced mainly to form a cocoon shell, protecting its body during its metamorphosis from larvae to moth through pupal stage. Silk is a fibrogenous structure. It is formed from two types of proteins called sericin and fibroin. Silk is strong also. It is a continuous thread running into miles, almost 1.2 kilometers in case of mulberry silk. Can be tough as steel like spider silk and soft as cotton like berry silk, and golden and greenish finish like muga and Japanese oak. That's all. Okay. Next slide, please. Yeah, this just I'm showing it. This one. This is one of the latest adding to our silk armory. This spider silk, which is a big research going on in this one in some of the universities, where spider silk is extracted in a different way by transferring the spider silk producing genes from the spider to silkworms, mulberry silkworms, and producing a huge quantity silk. And this silk has many advantages since it is as strong as steel once it is thin. So they have got multiple utility thinkings going on this one. So I just wanted to mention for a moment on this, why this silk can be of having weight. Right now we are not discussing much on this particular silk because it is open for the people to find out where it can be done, what it can be done, how it can be used for effectively. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah. As I was telling you, there are 4 to 5 types of silk. Some silks are domesticated, some are semi-domesticated, and some are wild also. Here, what we are showing is on the first one is a highly domesticated silkworm, which cannot thrive on its own when you do it, when you allow them independently. They are so much dependent on human being to continue their generation. Even if it kept on the place outside the nature, it can't even protect from the ant. So that is the softness and dependent silkworm. It has lost its mobility to survive in the natural conditions on its own. So it has to be protected and done really. Of course, there are few worms will be available in wild, but it will be only after surviving from all those pests and predators. Even an crow can take away, an insect can take away, a snake can take away. So that is the way it is to be. So we have to protect from all these things to get the silk from this one. It usually feeds on mulberry, Morus alba, which on the first photograph part you can see. And then the larvae will be reared for 25 days to 28 days. And the cocoons will be formed. And from the cocoons, the silks are taken out by reeling process. And that is the thing, this one. So its whole life cycle continues for about 45 days, 25 days from larvae to cocoon, then another 10 to 12 days for the cocoon to come out of the thing. And the moths will lay the eggs immediately after coming out. And those eggs will hatch for next generation by another 10 days. There are various types of mulberry silkworm. Some are multi-voltine type, which can be during a generation without any hibernation schedule. And there are also some highly productive silkworm races, which will be having hibernation character at the egg stage, which call it as, basing on its voltanism, we call it as bivoltine, multi-voltine, tri-voltine, or even univoltine. Next comes the semi-domesticated. These can survive on the wild also, but still we have also domesticated them. These are actually, Eri silkworm is mainly produced in the northeastern region. It's mainly on the Assam, Meghalaya, these two states are highly productive on this one. And entire world's production is majority, eri silk is produced mainly in India, and 90% of the production happens in India, and that too in northeastern states. These are all small, their food plant is mainly the castor and also tapioca, and there is also cashew plantations, which is used for the food plantation for commercial exploitation. The farmers are very small. It is a small time home activity, which they will do it in the one corner of the house, plucking the wild castor leaves or tapioca leaves in the field, and do the rearing in 10 DFLs or about few hundreds to few thousand larvae, and the cocoons will be harvested. From generations, these cocoons were mainly used for making blankets, airy blankets in the rural area, and that was the one which is very soft and protective, warm in the winter and cooled in the summer conditions. So it is called a thermo property, is very well appreciated. Now it's getting a very good value for these properties, and they are being blended with various other products, which we can see later. And another semi-domesticated, or we can call it wild also, is the Muga silkworm. Muga is one of the called golden silk, we call it, and it is Antheria species, and it is usually fed on two specific types of food plants called som and sol, and these two plants are highly zonized, or what we can call it centralized in few parts of Assam area, and they are grown wild also, and it can be cultivated also. So because of its food plant restrictions, these Muga silkworms are restricted only to few states. This also has these worms. One of the features is the larvae will feed on the leaf on the trees only. When it is ready for forming the cocoon, it will come down from the tree, and those larvae will be collected and it will be kept in a separate mounting places, and these cocoons will be harvested by the farmer. So the farmer has dual work here to do the rearing in the field and then bring the mature larvae in the house to make it cocoon, and then that cocoon. Next slide, please. Yeah, here you can see another type of wild. This is mainly called tassar silkworm. So you have got the entire life cycle here in the description. It is mainly reared on the tassar plants, oak tassar, and in this one. Otherwise, Arjun and Asan plants in mid-India part of it. They are forest-blazed plants which are grown wide in the forest, and they are also semi-domesticated, and those specific food plants are cultivated in the forest border areas, and the farmers who are having no land or nothing, they will be given employment basing on this one. The people can take the eggs and live on the larvae on the forest and watch for the predators so that the larvae will be protected. And after they complete the cocooning, here the specificity is the cocoons are formed on the trees only, as you can see in the J photograph, where these cocoons will be harvested by the farmer, and the farmers will then take it to the reeling and market it in the open. So this is without much investment. The people can be getting the jobs, and mostly underprivileged and those who doesn't have anything to do in their thing without land, and those people will be highly benefited from taking up this tassar plantation. And the food plant, the animal is Antheria 𝑦𝑡ℎ, as you can see in the biological name. Okay, next slide, please. Yeah. So in brief, I just want to show you the life cycle. As I was telling, in mulberry silk, it is 45 to 60 days of time. It starts if it starts from the egg stage, egg will hatch after 10 to 12 days, and then the mulberry silkworm will comes out and start feeding the silkworms, mulberry leaf. And in 5 stages, after 4 molds, it will be ready to form a cocoon. The cocooning takes place for about 2 days, and then afterwards, inside the larvae will metamorphosize to pupa first, and then to moths. And during this period, the commercial cocoons will be used for silk extraction by stifling or killing the pupa, using hot water or hot air methodology, and then the silk is taken out in the mulberry side. Okay. Otherwise, if it is meant for next generation continuation, which we call it as seed cocoons, the moth will come out of the cocoon shell, piercing the shell wall by emitting a hormone or an enzyme, we can say. It is an enzyme, ecloges. Then that enzyme will actually soften the citizen part of it, and the moths will come out, and immediately moths will get a male and female get paired, and they don't have any feeding habit, and because there is no feeding stage at this stage. Only for multiplication purposes or mating purposes, the moths will be living. After the pairing, within few hours, they will get separated, and female moth starts laying the eggs, and the eggs will start hatching after 10 days or after a few months, depending upon its volcanism character. These moths will, after laying the eggs after 2-3 days, because of its no food habits, it will dehydrate, start drying, and then it will die. So that is the life cycle of mulberry. It is almost similar to in other silkworms also, except that some in tussar, it will be the hibernation at the pupal stage. In muga, there is no hibernation. In eri, there is no hibernation. These are the life cycle will continue like this. Okay, next slide. Yeah. Now we will come to the main thing. I'm just taking mulberry silk production as the one of the thing and trying to explain to you what all the entrepreneur activities or business activities which is called. As I was earlier telling, it's a agro-based textile activity. Here on the red side, it is called silkworm rearing activity. On the pink side, pink circle is a farming activity. It is mainly purely of agriculture part, and the silk part, that is the rearing part, which is exclusive for only sericulture, which is silkworm rearing, which you can call it as insect rearing also. And on the black circle, I've just said that is from spinning cocoon formation activity. This is another specialized activity. Then we have a textile part called reeling, which takes place then, and twisting and weaving. These are all textile linked activity. So how it starts is mulberry saplings is planted, the food plant taking up is one of the first activity which have to be done in the field to see that they get enough food. So mulberry saplings, mulberry can be planted using the saplings also or cuttings also, which is available. And we have got about 7 national universities, national institutes from Central Silk Board, which is located in 5 different locations, and they will be doing breeding activity and eliminating new mulberry varieties which are required for the country. And that country, that is recommended varieties will be multiplied, and then those mulberry plants will be planted. And after 8 months of plantation, the mulberry will start giving enough leaf to make it successfully continue the leaf generation. And the mulberry leaves will be fed at least 5 times in a year. We can harvest the mulberry leaf in a favorable season. And depending upon the seasons, we can even go up to 5-6 times, or it can be restricted only to 2 or 3 times because of the seasonal conditions. If it is temperate zones, we will be harvesting only 2 times, like in Kashmir area and other things. And in all other places, southern places, will be going for 5 to 6 crops in a year. On the silkworm rearing part, as we are telling it, we buy the eggs thing, and we will also start collecting the eggs from the silkworm seed producing centers and feed them at the farmer's level using the mulberry leaf grown by the farmer. And after 25 days of rearing, the cocoons will be harvested and it will be taken to the market for selling. So farmer's job will end at that stage, growing from mulberry, then feeding the mulberry leaves to the silkworm, rearing the silkworms, forming the cocoon, and cocoons are marketed. Then a next activity starts. Who will produce the eggs for this one? So there is another set of units which is called seed production centers. They will do a separate similar activity, but they will be doing it only the parental races to produce the hybrid required for the commercial activity. So those parental rearings are done by some farmers called seed farmers. They will be collecting it and doing it, and then collecting the egg, these cocoons, and then they will do the seed production, where they allowing the cocoons mass to come out of the cocoons, and then specifically crossing the breeds and allowing the hybrid seeds to be produced. And there are certain treatments to produce the cocoons to avoid. Sorry. There are few treatments has to be done for breaking the bivolatinism so that the eggs can be hatched immediately, or they should be kept in a specific cold storage schedules so that it can be, hibernation schedules can be broken. So that is one of the activities of seed production activity. Okay. Then the next part comes those cocoons which are purchased from the farmers. They are called reelers. They will take the cocoons, stifle the cocoons by hot air or the hot water method, and reel at a specific temperature using specific devices, and then take out the silk, and that silk is go for a twisting, and twisting where with about 5 to 6 threads are joined and to make it one strong thread, and then basing on the requirement that thread will be reeled and then weave it to the weaving activities will go on. This is in brief about the cycle where the things are. So many people will be involved. Farming activity will be there, pairing activity will be there, seed production activity will be there, reeling, twisting, and weaving activity. In addition to that, marketing part is also there in the center of the activity. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah. The entrepreneur activity, as I was telling you, this whole thing was in the background on this. If you take one of the thing, the first part is mulberry planting on the left top corner. Planting the mulberry, and for that you need a nursery or saplings from that one. So nursery is rising itself is a entrepreneur activity. If it is in a new area or in a developing area, the farmers require at least 5,000 to 4,500 plants per acre. And in a new area, if the usually planning goes around 100 acres, 200 acres, 300 acres, because basing on the departmental planning, or an NGO will comes up and initiates its own activity. So for the requirement of that particular thing, like any agricultural nursery, this nursery will also be established. The farmers are involved in this one. This is called Kisan nursery, similar to agricultural Kisan nursery method. Here also we will be thinking. The only difference is that the mother cuttings will be taken from a selective garden where the plants are at least, shoots are at least 1 year old and free from diseases. And that cuttings will be transported to that area and cuttings will be made, and then that is one of the things. And there are other mulberry planting itself, they have one activity there. We can have a division of labor. Some farmers may not have the required skill set to do the silkworm rearing, and they are ready to invest their garden for the other purposes. Instead of that, they can grow mulberry and sell the leaf to the needy farmer who is ready to do the silkworm rearing. So that is called exclusive leaf producer. This activity goes in a highly active sericulture area, not in a new area. In new area, even farmers need to know how to do the silkworm rearing. So there are different schemes and training programs where the farmers are trained to take up this rearing activity. Whereas in these 2-3 traditional states, West Bengal, Karnataka, the Tamil Nadu, and even in the Kashmir area, sericulture has come from their family background. Many farmers know sericulture from their generations. So they don't require any rearing training. But in most of the places where sericulture is expanding, sericulture is giving, because of its high income generating activity, and every month or every alternate month you can get the money from mulberry sericulture. Many new areas are coming up with mulberry sericulture activity. So there you have to get trained first for the farmers. So there, this exclusive leaf producer activity may be limited, but still, if you are planning to do some sericulture in a new area, you can still think of this method also, one of the things. Some farmer can just grow mulberry leaf production and sell it. And that farmer will not get high income because he has to get only certain amount, whereas the person who rears the silkworms takes the highest risk. And there he has to invest on the rearing house, rearing equipments, and moreover, he has to invest on his time and more labor activity. And that is the reason where most of the encashment of the money will come from the rearing activity. Okay. Then the rearing as such, a farmer who is doing both mulberry rearing, mulberry cultivation and silkworm rearing, they will be the one who will be the most advantageous, who will get the thing. Right now, if you I want to just give a hint. A farmer of 1 acre garden, earlier we were estimating around 75,000 to 1 lakh rupee income per year after deducting all his investments and other expenditures. Now, with the present cocoon rate of 700 rupees to 800 rupees per kilogram, which is very high compared to the normal rate of 300 to 350 rupees per kilogram of cocoons, is getting more than 3.5 lakh rupees per year. But this trend may not be continuing, but the present condition is in such a way that it has become a highly profitable activity compared to any other agricultural crop which you are taking. And it is every alternate month yielding. If you divide the garden into 2 parts and take every month silkworm rearing, that means it is just like a salary. You will be getting every month 50,000, 40,000, 60,000, depending upon the capacity of rearing you can do. In 1 acre, you can do a rearing of about 150 DFLs on an average in a month. So 150 DFLs can give you the cocoon up to 100 kgs, and with 700 rupees kg, you can say 70,000 rupees gross income. So if you divide up your expenditure another part, you will be getting at least 35 to 40,000 rupees per month income. So this is the high profitable status at which the present sericulture scenario is going on. Okay. Of course, I don't say there is that risks are not there. I will come back to the risk part of it. Then the other part is cocoon marketing. Another one of the activities which you are seeing here and the triangle part is the cocoon marketing. There are some places where cocoon marketing is actually it is a regulated market usually. In the regulated market, the farmers will be bringing the cocoons to the center place, and the reelers who are being certified or licensed, we can say. Right now we are using the word certification because each reeler has to get a certification from the Central Silk Board Seed Act, which has been emanated, and only those people can buy the silk cocoons. So they will participate in an action. Whoever bids more to that cocoons, they will be getting the cocoons. So it is who is the bidding action based marketing. And this market establishment, and if those who are familiar with other states, are in the Ramnagaram, we have got a very, very huge market, which is the biggest in Asia, where every day nearly 3,000 to 5,000 farmers will bring their cocoons and sell it. The tons in capacity is around 40 tons to 60 tons, and sometimes it will be 100 tons of cocoons will be marketed on a particular day. Like this, there are markets at least about 20-25 places in Karnataka itself. And in other Andhra also, there are about 8 to 12 markets. And similarly, West Bengal, everywhere we have markets where this transaction can happen. And there are new trends are going on, which I will come to you, where there are also new entrepreneurial activities. The next part is silk reeling. The person who buys the cocoons, they will be doing the reeling activity, and they can be one of the thing who will be doing a semi-textile activity here. It is reeling is neither it comes to the pure technical part where it is done. So you have a separate reeling machines which will be designed exclusively for taking out the silk from the cocoons and then reeled to a continuous thread. Since mulberry cocoons have in a cocoon about 1 kilometer to 1.2 kilometer length, single thread can be taken out. So you need a highly skilled methodology and the skills to do this. And single cocoon thread is so sensitive, you just pull it, it will break. So in the reeling process, they will join 6 to 8 cocoons threads, and because of its flexible sericin and soft sericin, which is melted and semi-melted at the high temperature, they will be gluing it together, and then the thread will be taken out. Based on that, the deniers will be decided, whether it is thin denier or thick denier, depending upon the market demand, they will be doing it. So that will be shown in the future thing. So that reeler activity is one of the highly income generating activity also. But it requires certain highly skilled training and a lot of equipments, which there is subsidy schemes are also available for that from the government, which you can use that one. So you have this particular silk reeler is one of the really, farmer is one of the entrepreneurial activity, exclusive leaf producer is another activity, and there is also one more person, which egg producer is one of the activity, and private landless rearer, who is directly linked to exclusive leaf producer. He will not be having any land, but he will buy the leaf from the gardens and he will do the rearing until he can encash it. These are the entrepreneurial activities which can be done. There is most important is chalky rearing activity. A chalky rearer is the one who does the small silkworm rearing. He will have his own garden, or he will have a good garden identified where he will put all the inputs required for small silkworms to be reared. And there he will do the small check. You collect the eggs from the egg producer and rear it for about 10 to 12 days up to second mount out of the 4 mounts, what we said, and supply the third age silkworm to the rearer. So this is a highly profitable business nowadays. And at least the requirement is around 100 to 150 farmers should be there to buy the worms from him. Then only a chalky rearer can survive on its own. So these are in brief the entrepreneurial activity linked to mulberry sericulture. Next slide, please. Yeah. So here I will go through quickly. Maybe it is already I'm coming to 6:55 time. So these are the mulberry nursery activity. You can read the things. It will be supplied to the farmers 1 time to 2 times activity in a year, depending upon the area. And if farmers are coming forward, you can have it every 3 months. You can have, because by 3 to 4 months, old saplings can be used for planting. Using the nursery saplings saves your time, and mortality will be very less, and also it will be successful establishment rate is above 90%. So nursery requires forward linkages, as I told. You should have a assured market to buy the saplings for the thing. And nursery, there is a good amount of subsidy available from the government, which can be tapped, or from the Manrega activities also, it can be tapped. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is seed producer. As I was telling you to, he will buy the seed cocoons, produce and supply silkworm eggs. So, and usually he continues year-long activity, because every day there will be one person or the other doing silkworm, and because of that one, there will be continuous seed production in the grainages. Requires huge infrastructure, buildings, equipments, water and human resources, trained hand technical person to handle sensitive silkworms, and also you should have a backward linkage with the seed cocoons availability from the seed cocoon rearers, and forward linkage to chalky rearer or a commercial silkworm rearer to sustain its activity. And it's also a certified activity from the thing. It is highly certified because through this only disease-free silkworm eggs are supplied. We call DFL, disease-free silkworm eggs, DFL, disease-free seed, disease-free laying, that is produced through this activity. Next one, please. Next slide, please. This is one which I was telling to you, the highly successful entrepreneurial activity called Chalky Rearing Center. The picture you are seeing is one of the Chalky Rearing Center building, which is called Kirangere Chalky Rearing Center, which is established near about 40 kilometers away from Bangalore towards Kanakpura in Kirangere. This one is one of the institution now. I'm just quoting this successful Kirangere Chalky Center because it has started as a small unit from a Japan-trained departmental staff who later established it to a big institution. Today, it supplies almost 40% of the chalky silkworm eggs to the farmers in the southern part of Karnataka. It is a huge thing. More than about 100 to 200 people are working there, and it has got its own technical wing, supporting wing, farmers follow-up wing, and all those things. And it is very nice to see a business entrepreneurship developed into such a thing. There are more than 400 to 800 chalky centers, small chalky centers established all over and even in other states also. This has saved the sericulture industry from lot of problems farmers being faced because farmers' timings will be saved by 10 to 12 days, and farmers will concentrate only on late-age rearing without breaking much of his head on the fine-tuned way of this one. Because these small worms, what you are seeing on the above, after the eggs are hatched, they require very precise temperature, humidity, and moisture conditions and light conditions, and also feeding regulation with quality nourished leaf. So that can be supplied only by taking extra care and extra facilities, and which can be possible only in a chalky rearing center. Okay, next slide, please. So here what you are seeing is one of the unit cost, the rearing, chalky rearing center, how much it costs. Central Silk Board is one organization which is striving for successful implementation of sericulture programs in the country. And they have got a schemes which has been established over the years. And this is how the guidance has been given to the thing. They have worked out each cost of it. Another thing, a chalky center can have up to 4 lakhs to 6 lakh rupees unit cost, depending upon your thing. In southern states, up to 6 lakhs rupees will be requested, where the major part takes on the building and the inputs, rearing house. Rearing house, that is chalky rearing house, 3 lakh 50% of cost, like that. Each unit cost is available here. What are the information, materials required for it, and other thing. And there is the subsidy is also available depending upon the requirement. And it all depends on the state government and the entrepreneur who is ready to take up the thing to use these facilities for this. This is a old data. It is called Catalytic Development Program, CDP programs unit cost. Now that unit has been completed, then there is one more program scheme is coming, what I am hearing. Let us see how much that they are going to supply. Otherwise, the state government is responsible for ensuring some subsidy up to 40% or 60% or 75%, depending upon your state where you are trying to establish. And there you can use this facility for this one. Next one, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Hello. Next slide, please. Yeah. The commercial cocoon rearer used to grow mulberry and rare silkworms, as I was telling it repeatedly. It is an year-long activity, and it is exclusively farmers. Even NGOs can think of introducing in new potential areas, converting the farmers who are having very low income from other agricultural crops, and they can convert these farmers into sericulture fold, and they can use them, convert them into cocoon rearer. And many NGOs are doing it right now. They are trying to establish one. All it requires is an ideal soil and water requirement, water availability, and labor resources, where family labor and cheap labor is available. Because since it is labor-linked activity, highly labor cost areas, this will not going to thrive well or sustainable. So that is one of the important things which you have to care. Whether that area is suitable or not for silkworm rearing, sericulture, we have got a website called Silks under Central Silk Board, where about more than 122 districts in the country have been evaluated using remote sensing technology to find out suitable areas for sericulture, whether it is mulberry or tasar or boga, depending upon that. So you can go through that website, to go to the district where you are trying to work, find out if the district has been covered under that scheme, and then you can, whoever is interested, I can share the link also on the next requirement. So you will see whether where you are trying to enter for new sericulture areas, whether it is suitable or not, that can be checked there itself. And only where potential areas are available, that will be taken care, means it will take care of a lot of your problems. So generally, because of its highly productive area, as I was giving you an example, up to 3 lakhs or 4 lakh rupees of gross income is being earned now. So it is one of the most profitable things which you can take it up. Yeah, but it requires a lot of background work to be done. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah. So mulberry seed crop rearer. This is one of the things where already sericulture has been established and where commercial granages have started functioning. They need few farmers exclusively to generate seed cocoons, which is required for the seed production. So these farmers have already got the area. Already they should have a mulberry experience, the silkworm rearing experience, and they should be ready to convert themselves. And since it is a highly profitable one, almost the rates will be double or triple the commercial cocoons. So these farmers will be selected by the usually seed production centers, and basing on the infrastructure available, good rearing house and technical know-how, and whether he is ready to follow all the requirements which is required for pure races. Rearing pure races or foundation races requires little more skill and more concentration and more extra care. So because of that only he will be benefited from this. So it will be because of those things you can. So whoever is interested in the already established area to become a seed crop rearer, they should approach the nearby commercial seed producers and they can express their opinion. Depending upon the seed cocoon requirement, what the drainage needs, they will be in a position to identify. Not all farmers can be, if there are about 500 farmers requiring commercial cocoons, commercial DFLs, only about 40 to 50 farmers are required for seed production. So that is the way requirement is. But this, since it is highly think, somebody who is already not happy with commercial rearing income, where we can do this one, then there it has to be required. Those persons can think of changing to the seed crop rearer entrepreneurship. Next, please. Next slide. Yeah, this is one of the ideal rearing houses. Now, these are rearing houses are very big. These are very big rearing houses. Large scale rearing can be done. Some of the farmers can take up large scale rearing of up to 600 to 500 DFLs in one time. That means their garden will be about 5 acres, where they will be dividing it into 2.5 acres, 2.5 acres. And each acre can accommodate 200 DFLs, means at least about 500 DFLs can be reared at a time. So this type of rearing house will be constructed and they will be doing the rearing in that one. Next one, please. For rearing houses exclusively, we have got different models, model 1, model 2, model 3. And depending upon those year locations, they will be even having a low cost rearing houses also. So model 1 is having 1,000 square feet where 250 DFLs. That is the one which is the biggest one which we have recommended for the thing, which costs about 4 lakh rupees in southern area. And out of which 2.75 lakhs unit cost assistance is even being thought of. That has been given to the government. So, but it all depends on the availability of the funds and also whether you are being selected by the state government to take up this subsidy. Otherwise, if a farmer tries to do it on its own, he has to invest around that 4 lakh rupees for the rearing house, because rearing house is a very, very important thing and most highly investment area where people has to invest on. So banks are also giving loans depending upon the thing. And right now there is one project just we have suggested in Odisha. We are taking up one project where people have already started taking bank loan. It has been given, bank loan has been assured because of one of the active NGOs which is involved in this thing, which was hitherto state government was not even thinking of taking up mulberry sericulture in an active way. Okay, so these are the unit cost. Everything is available in the sense all requirement of technical, financial resources, bank loans, other things will be available if you are ready to do sericulture. This is what the message which I would like to convey to you. Okay, next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah. There are many equipments which is also required, which I have given in this list of the thing. That is power weeder, mulberry shoot harvester, power sprayer, flame gun, humidifier, mature silkworm separator. These are all the equipments which is essential for this one. And this cost is another 2 to 2.5 lakh rupees, depending upon the specialty, up to 75,000. That is 4 lakhs of rearing house and another 2.5. That means around 6 to 6.5 lakhs of rupees has to be invested for about 250 DFLs rearing capacity rearing houses, where almost 50% of it you will get it on a subsidy if it is highly linked to the schemes department scheme. If not this year, you may be getting it in after a few years, and some of it has to be initially invested. Usually banks or loans are available, and this is the thing. Okay, next one, please. Next slide, please. Yeah, there are the rearing house designs are available and the plannings are available that can be used for that one. 1 minute, please. Yeah, next slide, please. So reeler, as I said, the person, you have the list here. He buys the cocoons from the market and then he reels the silk, and then NGOs will also take up introducing it. There are even self-help groups can be formed and they can also use this one where they requires ideal location. Cocoons are available. And right now, because of highly linkages, we can also have the cocoons purchased through e-action system. And one-time investment is more than the availability for a farming activity. And here equipments are all specified and specialized and CSB recommended one available. And there are producers who are exclusively producing silk reeling instrumentations that can be purchased and established. Packages are available from the Central Silk Board, and an exclusive institute is available called CSTRI, Silk Technological Institute, where you can get technical guidance and you can establish an entrepreneur. Next slide, please. So there are also supporting activities, a rare but effective task, hardworking use with minimal investment, franchise activity in disinfection. That is, rearing houses should be ideal. Some people can take up this disinfection activity, which can be taken up than this one. That can also be one of the activities. Next one, please. This is how the picture of rearing or disinfection is happening. It can be done by a farmer or a disinfection squad as is required. Next slide, please. Again, for disinfection also about 1 lakh rupees is required. And some people can take up this activity who doesn't have any other business. They can think of doing this business and do the service to the farmers by doing just like pesticide spraying in agricultural garden, which has been outsourced. This can also be outsourced for the people to do this job. Next one, please. Yeah, there is one of the new trends which is developing now with entrepreneurship, which is, I'm just quoting here with one of the examples which I have come across, that is called Resha Mandi, which is an entrepreneurship which has been established very recently, about 1.5 years back, maybe 1 year back. And it has been, next slide, please. This is a very high-tech service to the farmers, dealers, weavers, producers, linking. It uses a transfer of modern technical advancement to ease the production-related tasks. As you can see, the team establishing an IoT device in a garden, which actually senses the requirements, moisture requirements, and leaf quality assessment, and soil conditions, fertilizations can be analyzed, and that will be helped by an app developed by them to guide the farmers with a single click. Develop fast-forward linkages. The farmers' production will be linked. Farmers will be guided in the rearing houses also by their technical teams who will be going around, and reelers will be linked to the availability of the cocoons. Farmers will be, when the farmer says this cocoons will be ready for this one, they will be immediately put into the apps, and that will be made available to the reelers registered under them, and they will get the prices on par or at little extra rate than what is available in the market now. That is one thing. And even viewers have been linked to it. All this goes with the IIT Mind. There are 3 persons who are associated with it. One with the blue shirt is Mayank Tiwari, who has been the brain behind the whole thing. And he is highly successful, not only by this new thinking, he is successful in venturing this one. And he has generated huge venture funding for this activity and expanding. Right now also, he has got around 170 vacancies under different things to do this type of thing, which I am highly appreciating. What I am just worried about is whether all these benefits should go to the farmers also back. Whether this doesn't become another big industry like thing. That anyway, it is my loud thinking about it. That means there are people with high technology also coming forward to invest in sericulture thing and going forward with the new thinking. Next one, please. Next slide, please. Yeah. So what can be done in future? Is there any scope for me to do certain things? Yes. Just sit around, think about it, and just go through the activities, find out, think out of box solution. You will be another new successful venture like Resha Mandi is my message to you all. Thank you. I have just briefly touched it because of the time shortage. If anyone wants to know more than that, here is my details. I am only a e-mentor, not physically coming and helping you people. But wherever you need to do something, I will be available to you over phone or on the e-net. Thank you, please. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for such an intellectual lecture. Sir, we have few questions.
Yeah, please go ahead because I have only 5 minutes time to, because I have to, please.
Okay, sir. So the first question is, what are the desirable physical properties for selling cocoons of silkworm?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Yes, sir. What are the desirable physical properties for selling cocoons of silkworm?
For selling cocoons, physical properties of the cocoon should be of high quality, in the sense the quality will be measured by several characters.
Okay.
One is its build, okay, and shell ratio. Shell ratio, usually a cocoon will be having around, say, 18 to 22% of shell. More the shell content, more the rate it will fetch, because the silk content will be more. That is one thing. Then the cocoon should not be soiled. Inside pupa should be matured enough so that it will not going to spoil inside that one. Those are the physical, and per kilogram, it should weigh less. That means if the cocoon, number of cocoons per kg should be less than 500 to 550. So that is the basing on those characters, they will decide the rates. It is called rendita, we call it. Okay. And those who need that question, they can post me. I will share you the link how much you can get details. Okay. Next,
okay,
please.
sir. Thank you. So the next question is, are there any diseases or pests that attack silkworms, and how can we manage them?
Yeah, there are 3 to 4 types: a bacterial disease, viral disease, and also a pest attack is available. Those are all being taken care of during the bacterial disease is called 𝒂𝒈. Viral disease is also available, 𝒂𝒈, and this will be taken by spraying precautionary antifungal and antibacterial things. And you are mostly maintaining the hygiene. Okay.
Okay, thank you, sir. That was very intellectual lecture.
Any more questions?
These were the questions, sir.
No, the person who has asked for disease and pests, there is also one pest which we call it woozy fly, which is directly comes and attacks the silkworms, and they will lay the eggs and they will try to penetrate it after the hatching, and that will destroy around 500 to 600 larvae at a time. So that physical prevention is mainly effective, which is being, that's why we use like mosquito nets, we use the nets, and woozy preventing nets inside the rearing houses. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. So now I would like to introduce my next co-host to you. Utkarsha ma'am, please, the virtual podium is all yours. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. A very good evening to all. I, 𝒂𝒈𝒓𝒐-𝒍𝒊𝒗𝒆𝒍𝒊𝒉𝒐𝒐𝒅 of Just Agriculture magazine warmly welcomes you all to the last segment of 13th day of this 15 days international training cum workshop program on Agriculture 2.0, a next level approach towards sustainability, smart farming and agri-innovation, embellished by the presence of dignitaries and respected personalities. So our next speaker for this session is Mr. 𝑚𝒈𝐻𝑚𝒨𝑖. But before proceeding further and inviting our guest, I would like to give a brief introduction of him. Our speaker is an agriculture graduate from Agricultural College, Raichur, and later did MBA from Dodappa Appa Institute of Management, Gulbarga. Currently, he is working as an assistant professor at Dairy Science College, Mahagaon. Sir is a member of advisory board for NGO named 𝑣Gopals at Bangalore and also volunteers it. He has worked earlier at Agricultural College, Kalaburgi, Agriculture Research Station, Gulbarga, Godrej High Care Limited, Bangalore, Ranksons Marketing Services Private Limited, that is Cycle Agarbattis, Mysore. Now, sir is training and practicing organic farming, cow-based FMCG, product making and marketing of organic products. Assisted many to take up farm-level entrepreneurial activities like dairy, poultry millet dehulling, food processing, etc., and involves himself in promoting their products. regularly visits as resource person to train on natural farming at many NGOs, state agriculture departments, etc., and also at many corporate companies on how cow-based living style is important and importance of organic food and healthy lifestyle, etc. He has wrote many articles for daily newspapers, magazines on agriculture and related subjects. Sir is also an author of several books like Alternatives to Chemical Farming and Analysis of Farm Produce Pricing System. So now, without any further delay, on behalf of Just Agriculture team, I take the privilege to welcome Mr. 𝑚𝐈𝐿𝑖𝐿𝑖𝐿𝑖𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿, sir. Welcome, sir. You may start your session now. Over to you, sir. Sir, please unmute yourself. Sir, sir, please unmute yourself.
Utkarsha, kindly call him as he's
Yes.
unmute, but sir's voice is not coming.
Okay, sir.
Maybe some technical glitch at his laptop or something.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sir, kindly unmute your laptop, sir, now.
I did it. 1 second. I'm
Or else you can close it, sir.
I closed it. Okay, now it's okay. 1 second. Okay. Now it's okay. Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You can start the session, sir.
So good evening, everybody. Now we'll be talking on small scale industries that would double the farmer's income. And in today's, like, everyone is bothered about doubling of farmer's income and all. So we will try to understand some of the industries where we can really do this job. So we'll start how it is done. Next, please. Next PPT, next slide. Next, okay, just move on up to this slide and continue this. So at the end of the session, we need to understand there are many options before us to increase the yield of the income of the farmers. So one is increasing the quantity of yield. So now everyone is after increasing the quantity of yield. Now if we are producing 4 quintals of some grain, if it doubles 8, then it will double the farmer's income. But we need to think on whether it will really happen or not. And every one of us who are here will be understanding that whenever yields are high, the prices goes down. And whenever there is a yield shortage, then automatically the prices increases. So in that case, any increase in yield will not result in a quantifiable income yield, increase in the yield of income of the farmers. So second is increase the price option. So this is quite impossible because as everyone is aware, increasing the price of the milk or any of the product, onion example many have seen, because there are governments which have fallen because of increase in onion prices. So whenever increase in price, people will think it is not advisable. So this is also ruled out. But because of decrease in price, the result is that we are getting adulterated food and all that. We'll understand at the end of the session based on the next coming slides. Reduce the cost. So next option before us is to reduce the cost, but because of increasing inflation, pesticide cost of fertilizer, pesticides, and all those things, this is again next to impossible, reducing the cost at this level, because labor cost is increasing, fuel prices are going up, so lot many things changing. So we need to think of this. So reducing the cost is also not the one option which you can think. Next best option before the government or before anyone is provide the subsidies, but not an economical and sustainable model, because it is regularly supply subsidies or to promote some cultivation and all, because of there are not many laws where in WTO agreement and all which comes into this one and will not yield the acceptable result. So even providing subsidies is not a regular option that we can think of. So what else can we do? So even if we just keep quiet, the farmers income will increase. So that's also one option which we'll understand at the end of the session based on the next slide. Next slide, please. So think just move the total this slide now. Starts with oilseeds. So next click for another 3-4 times. So oilseed crops. So now imagine I'm an oilseed grower. So how a small thing that will increase the farmer's income. Imagine I'm growing a safflower 5 kgs. It is sold in the market at 40 rupees per kg. So if I am a safflower grower, I take it to mandi or adat and sell it, I get 200 rupees. And he buys it, I sell it at 200 rupees and get the 200 rupees. So now he has to buy an oil for home consumption. So out of I have chosen 5 kg because 5 kg of oil seed will yield about 1 kg on an average. So 3 to 5 kg, and I'm taken on the higher side. So I sell 5 kg, I get 200 rupees. So I need to buy same safflower oil in the market at 230 rupees. So which I need to put 30 rupees from my pocket to buy the same oil. Or else the next option is he buys a palm oil or sunflower oil which is at 140 to 180 rupees because it's economical for him. So he sells quality safflower oil, safflower seeds, and he gets 140 to 180 rupees oil which is under quality and all. So now instead of that, if every village an oil mill, so now how his income is affected. He gets 1 kg of oil. If instead of selling the oil seed, he takes that 5 kg of oil seed to oil mill and crushes it, and he gets an oil. He gets 1 kg oil plus 4 kg of oil cake. Means he gets an oil valued at 230 rupees plus 140 rupees oil cake, for which his minus is 50 rupees because of processing charges and all at 10 rupees per kg, which is taken in a higher state. Now he gets 320 rupees as his net profit. So when he sells an oil seed, he gets 200 rupees. When he processes it and sells it oil mill, he gets 320 rupees. But why people are not doing this? This is the question now we get. So average per year family consumes 3 to 4 quintals is consumed per year, which a farmer usually grows 1 acre of land. So now if this is done, why it is not happening? Because government has provisions to supply oil to these poor farmers. In the sense, farmers through some schemes and all. So wherein usually the farmers should not get the produce. he is getting oil seed. He is growing oil seed to get an oil. But again, government gives an oil, and because of which he consumes that and he sells in the market this one, oil seed. So consumers are conscious about brand, wherein they want some branded which is advertised in the TV, paper, and all. So they don't want to go to loose oil, which earlier we used to have in villages. So consumers need to change that. So government, instead of giving packed oil, they should distribute oil to the farmers and all, and let them support the farmers by means of cash instead of selling oil. So government in need of promoting oil seed companies and all are coming up. So this is not well supported for the farmers to take up oil instead of oil mill. So farmers are also not having this option, because now last 30 to 50 years, oil mill have all been shut down in every village. India being Karnataka, at least we have 33,000 villages where every village had an oil mill. Now, because of this modern machineries and all, and mass scale production which are being subsidized by the government, and small scale are not supported, so they are now out of the market. And since with the last 2-3 years, because of health conscious and all, again rural oil mills are coming up. But one can imagine from this, with an investment of 2 to 5 lakhs rupees, every village can have an oil mill, wherein oil growers' income can straight away doubled. For this, government should start supporting small-scale oil mills. Farmers should have a mentality that their oil which is produced in their villages has a higher quality, and also consumers should feel that for buying directly from the oil mill, instead of having multinational companies and all buying in the oil packet, this will support the farmers to double the income. So first and foremost, small-scale industry of oil seed will definitely help in increasing the farmers' income to this level. So every village will have income. Next slide. So considering this dairy processing, everyone is aware that milk, out of 100 liters of milk, this is the chart shows that 17.7% is marketed by organized sectors, and remaining is 13.8% of the total milk is unorganized sectors. So now this what is organized and unorganized, everyone is aware. Earlier we used to have a farmer from the village who used to come to the city and sell the milk, and we used to buy from them on a can, and we used to take directly to our vessel. Now, because of this modern technology development or processing, whatever is happening, so we are accepting a milk in a packet. So people said quality consciousness, this milk is adulterated with water, so we need to have a packed, and all those things came into the market. So everyone has got that buying of packed milk. And now, because of these technologies, now milk is not adulterated just with water, but it's adulterated with so many chemicals, soap powder and urea and lot many. And it's published in the paper as shown here below. There are 70% of the milk in Delhi is sold as adulterated. So much of soya, khawa, and even what you call paneer is made of the tiles polish and all. So there are a lot many things happening. So again, this industry can straight away double the farmers' income. So in earlier case, I said oil mill, they get an oil cake, which oil cake can be fed to these animals. And again, that oil cake, instead of buying and using, people will not be affordable. Farmers will not be able to afford that. So instead of that, farmers have a cow and they are processing milk at their village level, and they are selling directly to the customers. Then that also doubles the farmers' income. Next, just move on one slide. Next slide, madam, please. So one more. Okay. So here I take an example. See, I sell a milk at 25 to 30 rupees liter. So instead of selling a milk, I boil it, I make into curd, I make butter out of it, I make ghee and buttermilk. So I get milk for consumption, first thing. Second is some curd I get it, buttermilk also I get it. And with 1 liter, I get 40 grams of ghee. And if ghee is sold at 1000 rupees kg per kg, so 40 rupees for 40 grams, so I get 40 rupees. So when I sell milk directly, I get 25 to 30 rupees, which I don't get any amount, any milk part into use for my home. Instead, if I use to make into buttermilk, curd and all. I get curd to eat, I get buttermilk to drink or use for home consumption, and I also get a ghee which can be sold in the market. You may be aware of how maybe the question that how the ghee can be sold at 1,000 rupees kg when KMF is selling 800, 900, Amul is selling at 700 to 800 rupees. So now there are people who are selling ghee at 5,000 rupees also, 2,000 rupees also, 3,000 rupees also. It's all the quality that you need to give to get a better price. Even KMF has also started the Desi cow concept, wherein they buy at 75 rupees per liter, wherein they buy normal milk at 25 to 30 rupees. So obviously quality fetches money. So this is how, if I sell directly milk, I get only to 25 to 30. Instead of that, this concept is developed. So it gives double the income. But how? What are the barriers to this that we need to understand? So for which government need to act, then the customer need to act, and farmers need to act. So how and all, let's see. Choice for the customer in unorganized sector is many. We have many choices, so we can ask for a better quality. In organized sector that we don't have, we have very few choices like KMF in Karnataka or Amul in Gujarat or some private players in that. Here, next most important thing is more employment per liter of milk. If we take in the bigger organized sector, so employment per liter of milk is very, very low. And when the same milk is sold in unorganized sector, 1 liter of milk will fetch lot many of employment. So employment is also generated, farmers' income is also increased. And relationship between the consumer and farmer is known in unorganized sector, and so cheating and all will not be there. When cheating in the sense adulteration and all those things will not. But when it comes to organized sector, it usually happens. Though we may depend on the quality parameters, certificates and all, after that also we have seen in TVs, we have seen in newspaper, not just with milk, with oil also, edible oil we have seen, and even honey also we have seen, there are adulteration happens across with certificates and all. And even best example is recent in Karnataka also, branded by KMF, private players were adulteration, having some cheating and all. So we need to understand that. And when these industries grow very big, and lobby or bribe in case of anything mislawful happens, in organized sector there is chances, but in unorganized sector that mislawful in lobby and lobby there. And support price from government in organized sector is there. So we have a policy in Karnataka wherein the milk producers who sell milk to KMF gets 5 rupees or 3 rupees as a support price, which the same farmer who is not selling to KMF will not give. But the cost of cultivating, producing milk for both the farmers, one who supplies to KMF, one who sells independently, cost remains the same, but he doesn't get the 5 rupees support price. So this, what you call differentiation among the farmers is leading to promotion of organized sector. So in the same case, if unorganized sector is also promoted very well, so there is a chance of increasing the income of the farmers, also quality of the milk to the customers. So consumers should start buying directly, and plastic uses also is less when you directly buy. And everyone is aware plastic when sealed and that heated plastic gets into milk, we get cancer and all. Everyone knows it, but knowingly, unknowingly, we are using that. So government no support price only for cooperatives, so that differentiation should not be there. And farmers, instead of depending on the large scale cooperatives, they have in themselves, they should form a small cooperatives at village level and start processing the milk in their village at 100 liters, 200 liters capacities, instead of having a bigger dairies like 10K, 10,000, 50,000 liters of milk capacity dairy plants and all. So they should start operating on 100 liters, 500 liters dairy plants, so that they give quality to their own nearest people and earn more out of it. So this is second case, wherein second example, wherein this can create employment, also double the farmers' income. Starting with oilseed, next dairy, next milk. So investment is also less in both the cases. 1 to 5 lakhs will lead to a big differences in the farmer's income. So now coming to third crop, banana fiber. So banana is a crop wherein it has to pass through 8 to 9, 12 months in the field, and after that we get a fruit. And up to 12 months there is no guarantee, because even the lesser rain or more rain will lead to disasters. So there is a reduction in yield of the this, and even banana fruit because of weight and all, plant falls and we lose the crop and we end up in loss. Instead of making banana fruit along with banana fruit, if you start using banana pseudostem as an economical part in banana, obviously this will double the, not just double the income, it is as a risk this one management process for the farmer also. So now banana pseudostem is used to make central, there are three parts, central core part which is 10 to 15% of it, banana fiber is made, and waste water that is we get both from this will lead to another product. So central core is made into pickle, candy, soft drink, and banana fiber is made used in textile industries. The silk is made of, saris are made of, paper are made, handicraft items are made, and the waste material that are used are we get from that pseudostem are used for liquid fertilizer, compost, vermicompost, and also moderate for fixing color and all. These are already well-established industries across, some in Tamil Nadu, in Madhya Pradesh, in Gujarat, and Gujarat University also. They have done this researches and all. They have established a very good product out of this. So now, see, now banana fruit cost around 100 to 200 rupees. Fruits we get it returns. Instead of fruit, along with fruit, if this stem also if you start earning around 100 to 200 rupees per stem, it will straight away double the farmer income. Not just doubles, it will reduce the cost of shifting those stem from the field to border. So that's a tedious job after the fruit is harvested. So now we are reducing the cost. Also, we are increasing the revenue for the farmer. So if we get the stem as an economical product, we get more returns. So one is it along with this, if we lose the crop, if we lose the fruit because of poor rain or less rain and all, then at least we have the stem for there's an economical product for the farmers to sell and make money out of it. So it's a risk. This okay. So now in the market, liquid manure is sold at 100 rupees per liter. So which obviously doubles the farmer income. So consumers should learn to use this product, banana fiber product, banana this pseudostem central core for making pickles, vegetables, and even the banana silk saris, banana saris fibers, and even cloths are made out of it, shirts and all. So we need to understand the benefits of it. We need to start learning using it. And government should see that every village produce wherever bananas are produced, every village has this plant. So small unit which cost around 2 to 5 lakhs will start an enterprise around one machine can cater up to 18 to 20 acres of land, where in every 18 to 20 acres of land will supply raw materials for this 1 acre of land, and the one machine, and that will not just increase the farmer's income, but also it will supply entrepreneurship activities, it will increase the jobs, and also it will reduce the burden on the government for supplying pesticides, fertilizers and all, which every village can have this sap and used as a fertilizer for other crops also. So this is a very good revenue model for the banana growing farmers. So farmers should learn, government should support, and consumers also should learn about using this banana fiber and banana pseudostem parts along with the main fruit. Even banana flower is also used as a vegetable and all. So we only think we need to start using that. So next slide. Next slide. Please, next slide. So coming to fourth unit, Jaggery unit for the sugarcane farmers, wherein this farmers' income can be straight away doubled is it's a very this one what you call previous. Okay. So we need to understand the difference between jaggery and sugar. So now everyone is aware of health benefits of jaggery, consuming jaggery and sugar. So that keeping that in mind, we need to think. So second is if I sell sugarcane to farmers, I get around 3,000 rupees per ton, excluding the cutting charges, unofficial labor charges, and all interest on waiting period, etc. So if same 1 ton of jaggery sugarcane is converted into this one what you call jaggery, so then it will be 100 kg of jaggery. So 1 ton of sugarcane yield 100 kg of jaggery. Now priced around 40 kgs per kg of jaggery, we will get 4,000 rupees. So now in this processing charges has to be considered. So considering processing charges, the sugarcane charge returns will be same even if you make jaggery or else sell to sugarcane industries or manufacturing sugar. In this case, we need to keep in mind organic jaggery is priced at 80 to 100 rupees per kg in market. So that in that case, the returns for the farmers, sugarcane growers is doubled. But still then, how come keeping in the cost of producing jaggery and all, still in the market jaggery is available at 30 to 35 rupees kg. How is that available? We need to keep in mind, because lot many times that jaggery is adulterated or its chemical this one manufactured, and even sugar is converted into jaggery to supply into the local market. So that in that case, the cost of jaggery is low. If we have a sugarcane plant, jaggery unit, and I have my own sugarcane to produce it, jaggery will obviously costly. It will be 50 to 60 rupees per kg. But market jaggery is not so costly because of other things which we cannot explain on the platform. So we need to keep in mind. So for farmers, there will be saving of field. Now, if instead of selling jaggery sugarcane to sugar industry, if they start manufacturing jaggery one and selling at 50 to 60 rupees, the income is double. But more than that, the savings is the this trash and all, they will get it waste from the jaggery unit that can be used as a compost for their field, which there is a reduction in their cost. Reduction in the fuel for the government, because every farmer has to sell sugarcane to the sugar industries, wherein there is a lot of transportation of lorries and all, wherein there is a huge consumption of petrol and diesel, which government has to take care of, has to is in a mood to reduce the consumption of fuel. So this is the best option to reduce the fuel, because which it impacts on the national economy by means of foreign exchange and all. So keeping that in mind, government should act in this regard to promote jaggery instead of promoting sugar industries. This may not be directly double the farmer's income, because the cost of making jaggery and its price comparison with sugar are both the same. But as a customer, we need to understand how the jaggery is available in the market at that rate. Then we understand the importance of quality jaggery, what we pay for it. Then this will also help the farmer double the income. So in this case, we need to understand the difference between jaggery and sugar on our health. We need to have a small jaggery unit near in this one, every village. Byproducts of sugar like molasses are used as a manure in sugar industries, and they are used to manufacture wine and drinks and also as a fuel in sugarcane industry. If even jaggery units are allowed to make the waste into wine and all, they get again a better income for the jaggery unit also. So which government need to act if they are really concerned about global warming, pollution, and reduction in the fuel consumption and all. So government need to think in that and support the farmers. Farmers should learn this use of jaggery and making jaggery and all. And also the public should get aware of the difference between consuming jaggery and sugar. This will not just increase the income of the farmer, but this will generate rural employment. So when the rural people get in employment, that in odd season, like in the summer and in the late winter. So when late winter and summer, when they don't have much job in the villages, so jaggery units are run, so they get an employment, and this will reduce the migration from villages to cities. And there's every chance that reverse migration happens if jaggery units are there. And everyone is aware, wherever sugarcane is grown, every village had few jaggery units. But right now, majority of the villages have stopped producing jaggery. You can feel that, you can see in your own areas, wherein only one or two working on jaggery units, and majority of them are shut down because of government support to large scale sugar industries, than on small scale jaggery units. Even if tomorrow government feel that they need to support jaggery units, they should support small jaggery units of a smaller capacities instead of a bigger jaggery units, wherein them again some big giants come into this and start spoiling the farmers' income. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide, madam, please. Okay. Now, see, this is a very interesting thing wherein it can have increase the farmers' income. So now we have day in and day out we use these paper plates and plastic plates. One best thing is every one of us have an Android mobile. One of us have seen the message on the WhatsApp that this drinking tea in a plastic cup, eating hot food in plastic plates will cause cancer. And we have also forwarded the message. And knowing this, we are still consume tea in plastic cups and paper cups, and also food in paper and plastic cups. We don't have a choice. But if these are replaced with this plant, this is a falsa plant, is also called flame of forest, which the flowers are used for a natural colors during Holi and all. And these flowers also attract the pests that occur for the plants or crop, and they will kill. So here, these flowers act as a natural insecticide also. So these plants, leaves can be converted into these plates, and there are many people who are doing this. Earlier we used to do this. And the health benefits of consuming food on these plates is very high, because they are deworming and all, they do this. But because of cheaper plates and all, they have gone out of the market. Now again, these plants are planted across villages. So one thing, they becomes a natural color for us. Second is they become a natural insecticide. Along with that, they create an employment in the summer for a lot many women, and which will increase the rural women income, which obviously are the part of farming community. So these plants also has the next advantages of plants are they attract, they conserve soil, they attract rain, they reduce water evaporation, and they increase in water table and all those things. Along with this, these plants are cut because the leaves are not used. If these leaves are used, so people start using this plant, and even the fruits are consumed by, are eaten by sheep and goat, which will again increase the farmer's income. So the environmental benefit is there. It attracts the pest and kills. It is used as a natural coloring agent. Plant-based, so less investment for the farmers to get it done. And off-season rural women employment are all. So everyone should. Only thing now, how it can be implemented is a policy. So government should start leaving environmental tax on paper plates and promote these trees instead of other unwanted plants. So consumers should understand the difference between plastic plates and this paper leaf plates, and start using these leaf plates, and automatically they will be good quality of leaf plates coming to market. So and India being least compared to other countries. Now imagine this: India in using paper plates and all, are the least consumers of paper plates and plastic plates. Still, then you can see everywhere the plant, these leaf plates and all those things, which are causing a lot many damages to soil, lot many damages to environment, water bodies and all. So when we are least, this is the situation. Imagine we go on international standards, use of this paper plates. So how our landfill and how our soil and how our water bodies will be polluted. So the change in this from paper plates to this leaf plate will lead to reduction in global warming. Hazardous to this, the paper plates are hazardous to environment, but these leaf plates are not hazardous. They are beneficial to animals. So animals to consume, and again we are recycling. Everything is recycled. Plastic results in landfill, which this leaf plate doesn't do that, and paper results in deforestation. And again, this is afforestation. See the difference. See, when we use paper plate, it is deforestation. When we start using leaf plate, it is afforestation. So now we spend a lot of money on afforestation and all those things, and we start using this what you call paper plates. There is no use in it. So you need not spend money. You need not launch a money spending schemes and all. You need to think and act. So government should think of afforestation by indirect methods instead of just spending money on planting trees year on year. And again, these plants are not supported or taken care by the farmers. Again, the deforestation happens. So we need to think of a smarter way of making afforestation, which obviously doubles the farmer income. So leaf plate will be the best. One more idea, where in small scale industries, which it's a decentralized one. Every village can have these industries. Every village gets resources, and their resources are free of cost for them. So this obviously increases the income for the farmers. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next, okay. In the previous one. Okay. This bullock pair and cart. So now this you may feel this is a nonsense way, like comparing a tractor with a bullock. So, but if you understand very well, so a tractor, if you take in your own area, 800 rupees per acre for sowing with tractor. So when it comes per day, they sow around 2.5 acres, which tractor person gets around 2,800 to 2,000 rupees per day. Because imagine you get, hope you got it. Like 800 rupees is the sowing charges on tractor per acre. So in a day, he sows around 2.5 acres. So which means a tractor person gets 2,000 rupees for sowing 2.5 acres. Sorry, per acre it's 800 rupees the charge for the farmer. In bullock cart, if he sow, it will be 2.5 acres per day. So if he sows for 2.5 acres at the tractor rate, he gets around 2,000 rupees. So a bullock cart person, if instead of using tractor, as a farmer, if I use bullock cart pair for sowing, he sows 2.5 acres in a day, which means at the tractor rate of 800 rupees per acre, he gets 2,000 rupees. If for this, his charge is 300 rupees per day, labor charge, and two other persons who are used for sowing seeds and putting fertilizers, 300, 900. If you remove 900 rupees for the labor charges, a bullock pair can earn 1,100 rupees per day in sowing. So in a year, if he gets around 80 to 90 days of sowing, he obviously gets around 90 to 90 into 1,100 rupees per day. So this means this, instead of I having a tractor for 7 and 8 lakhs, if I buy a bullock pair and use for sowing instead of a tractor, and a farmer instead of using tractor for sowing, if he uses bullock pair, so his farmer's bullock pair person will get a revenue. It's not just I've taken only the sowing example. If we take other examples like intercultivation and even FIM application and all those things, I made a comparison. So if the farmer with a bullock pair will get an employment for around 300 to 350 days in a year. So these cases are there. We have already practiced in many villages. Only thing, this has to be promoted in a commercial scale so that this becomes an entrepreneurial activity for the rural people. And this will reduce the cost for the farmers. And also sowing will happen on a regular basis where tractor conditions are different, bullock pair conditions are different. Only thing, we need to change the attitude of the people towards tractor, because a young generation of 18 to 25 years, they love to have a tractor instead of having a bullock pair. They wish to have a tractor instead of a bullock pair. So bullock pair is an outdated technology people feel, but we need to promote bullock pair instead of tractors. So this makes a sense now. Similarly, major application of transportation. And if people say no, you may all say that people, we are not getting for labor in field. How we can people we get for this bullock pair? So we are using tractor now. So my question is, if we say there is a shortage of labor, then why the MNREG? And if people have no work, why machinery? So if there are shortage of labor, then there should not be a NREGA program to give them employment. If there are no people, if there are really people are many, then there should not be machinery. These two contradictory sentences, where in both the cases we are trying to spend the money on the name of farmers. So it's a government attitude towards the spending of money. So that we need to think of. So look, this idea looks funny but illogical, but it's a very good if it's implemented very well. And also we save bullocks, with draught animals which are being culled with slaughterhouses and all, and for which government is bringing again law to protect these cows and all things. So now we are hitting two fruits at a single stone. We are saving the cow, we are saving the bullock, and also we are creating employment. We are increasing the farmer's income. We are also reducing the pollution by means of tractor that is produced. We are also reducing the fuel consumption by tractor means. We are also less depending on machineries and all. So in this, this will yield a better results for the farmer. Next slide, please. So now it's a DLR for rice and millets. So if I sell millets at the grain, I will be fetching around 20 to 25 rupees kg. And same grain, if I mill it and use as a rice, I'll get around 75 to 100. Even if I sell in metros, it is around 200 rupees kg. So now these small scale millet machines are placed every village. Instead of having a machines of 3 crores, 5 crores central place in one district, and every millet goes to that place and then it is processed. Every village has a small machinery. Then the farmer's income is double. It's not just double, its consumption also happens. So because as a farmer, I sell 20 rupees grain and buy 100 rupees rice, it is not possible. So I don't consume millets. So I straight away go for rice that is supplied through another this government schemes and all. So if I have a small machinery, one thing is I start using them for my home purpose, which my nutrition deficiency is solved, and also I get some part for my home consumption, wherein market surplus is reduced. So once market surplus is reduced, obviously prices goes up. So once prices goes up, farmers' income increases. So every village, a small de-hulling machines of millets will obviously increase the farmers' income. So de-hulling charges around 5 to 8 rupees kg, which is very less. And also the de-hulled rice, the husk they get, that can be fed to animals, that can be fed to poultry animals or even sheep and goat, and also the cow and all. So where again the animals quality, animal meat quality, animal milk quality will all increase, and the quality also increases and quantity also increases, wherein that again helps in for boosting of farmers' income. So once animal population increases, we all know that wherever animals are there, farmer suicide rates are very low. So that means farmer income increases by means of animals. So to supply animals, we need to have these jaggery units, demulling units of rice, and also this one. Okay. Another one is, if they include in farming practice, most important thing is, if these millets are included in the agriculture practices as an intercrop and all those things, farmers gets a better benefits of this synergy between the crops and all. If these millets are taken up in red gram, cotton and all, they boost the income, and also they get pests are reduced. There are a lot many companion crop the advantages for the main crop. Those are all the advantages they get. So similarly with the dal mill, next slide please. So similar to that, even dal mill. So now coming to dal mill, I have a very interesting analysis. See, now instead of making dal, I sell grain and get the money. Now if you take a support price of government, which is purchasing at 6,000 rupees or 6,300 rupees per quintal, so now whenever prices are high, no botheration. But when the prices fall, then the problem starts. So now people have to make dal and sell it instead of grain. Everyone is aware of it. But it is not happening. It is not happening because of the reason we need to understand. And every non-farmer expects the farmer to have a dal instead of grain. But farmer knows the problem with this. I have 100 kgs of grain, which I need to process it. And once I process it, I get 70 kgs of dal and 30 kgs of husk. 30 kgs of husk will fetch me around 600 rupees if I sell in the market. 600 rupees is the processing cost for the 100 kgs of dal. So which means instead of 100 kg at 6,000 rupees, I get 70 kgs of dal. So which is valued at 86 rupees kg. If I had no profit, no loss, also I should sell 86 rupees dal instead of selling grain. So now in the market, the dal will be available at 75 to 80 rupees. How is this possible? Just think we need to understand. So now what is happening is, government procures 6,000 rupees dal, the grain, and keeps that in their godown. Next year, again they need to purchase, before which they need to liquidate this. So when the whole quantity of grain is available in that godown, they need to liquidate, for which they call a tender. And the tender, small farmers and small players will not enter into the tender, and bigger players who are ready to invest and all, they buy this grain in a lot quantity, and they obviously buy at lesser than 6,000 rupees, because in the market the grain is available at 5,400. Any business person will not be interested in buying at the rate more than 6,000 when it's available at 5,000, 5,500 in the market. So they give a lesser quote of 4,000, 4,500, which they buy at 4,000, 4,500, and they make using a higher on larger quantity. They convert into grain and all, they sell in the market. So that grain dal will be sold at lesser than 60, 70, 80 rupees in the market. So when in the market dal is available at 80 rupees, and for me to process it is costing me 86 rupees. Why the farmer will try to process it and make it to dal and sell it, or also for the home consumption? So nowadays the situation in villages is, they don't just process it, they don't sell grains for other purposes. Even their home consumption also they are buying from the market. So wherein they have to process it. So they are not processing it. They are not even processing for home consumption. They are buying. So if this has to be stopped, how it can be stopped? So instead of government purchasing the whole grain, they should start purchasing the dal itself. So wherein the farmers are motivated to buy, process it and sell. So if they start procuring dal, that will be benefit the farmers. So this will reduce the space storage for the farmer government also, because instead of storing 3 bags of 3 quintals of grain, they can store only 2 quintals of dal. So transportation cost is also reduced for the government, because they need to transport 3 bags of this one, what you call grain. Now they can transport only 2 bags of dal. So only thing they need to see that while liquidating next time, they should not sell at lesser rate than what they have procured. Instead, they need to make into smaller parts and pellets, and they need sell for food and all, for animals, fodder and all, instead of selling it again to the market, which again they should not circulate among the same channel. So that the government should take care of. So pulse mill will, if supported by the government, these lacunas are overtaken or solved. Obviously, pulse will help in increasing the farmers' income. Next slide, please. So this is one very important thing that people can get into this. So we use herbicide now, weedicide. So lot many weeds are considered to be weeds and they are unwanted plants, and we kill them. We use chemical herbicide. Again, that chemical herbicides are causing cancer and all. Everyone is aware of. So leaving the top 3 or 4, below are the weeds that we use. Even the 𝒃𝒐, that is called 𝑐ynodon-dactylon, the best weed. Based on the weed itself, the herbicide has come up, and others also there are weeds. So which we kill. In Hindi, that is Acharan, Sita, Utrani, Bilwa, and jungle jaleba, and all those things we need to be aware of. Instead of killing these, if we start using this as a food crops, then automatically the income increases. This 𝑐ynodon-dactylon as a powder has a good market in the market, value in the market. It is sold around 1800 to 2000 rupees per kg, which is used for making chutneys and even the drinks, the health drink and all. It solves many health problems. Similar to this, there are a lot many weeds which at least I have listed around 170 weeds, which the book is coming up in the market soon. So which these can be used for vegetable purpose, not medicine, because medicine we are not very conscious to use as a medicine, because whenever disease comes, we directly go to hospitals and we are not mentally prepared to try this trial and error and all. But as a food, if you start using, then obviously income increases. So from now onwards, as a farmer, if I have anything in the waste in the field that is grown naturally, instead of wasting that, we need to know the use of that which is grown naturally, which is coming up like weed. So you need to understand the use of it and try to use it. And if I get a benefit out of it, I need to explain to the non-farmers so that they also can use it, and wherein I get the revenue. So this is where we tried with some weeds, Gulbarga, wherein people are asking regularly, do we want that as a vegetable? So now, from now onwards, instead of calling this the weed plants, if we call them as less wanted plants instead of unwanted, definitely this will fetch a good revenue. So now use on fertilizer, use on chemical pesticides, herbicides, and use of labor for manual weeding and all, those all things will be reduced. And if you start using this as a vegetable, obviously those quantities will be reduced in the field, and they will be in lesser quantities in the field, which obviously will help in the increasing the yield of the main crop. So that thing we need to keep in mind. And these fruits that are shown above, now there are many scientists who are working on unwanted, forgotten fruits and all. They are very rich in nutrients. They are very rich in proteins and all those things for the consumption. So if you consume, there are a lot many benefits, and they are also good for fruits, birds and all, which will decrease the pest population in the field. So birds are coming to our main crop like jawar, bajra and all, because these fruits are gone out of the field. So monkeys are coming to our main crop like banana and all, because these fruits, they are gone out from the field. If they are planted they are there in the field and our forest area or village grazing land and all, obviously those naturally birds or monkeys and all will go to these nutrient rich fruits instead of like what we eat in the market. And one more thing peculiar about all these things, vegetables on weeds and also the fruits which have gone out of the market are, their shelf life is very less. We have tried some weeds which we have taken like amaranthus species and all those things, from the market, their shelf life is very less compared to potato, tomato, bhindi, and whatever others, all cluster bean and all those things. So even fruits also, apple, pomegranate, these are prone to have captured market because their shelf life is heavy. Even custard apple, their shelf life is very low, so that has not picked up in the market. So this is we need to keep in mind. So if we are using this in our village level, and we are also selling directly to the customers instead of having a interpretation and all those things, definitely farmers' income will double. So as a farmer, his nutrition deficiency is met out. So which means government need not spend on milk, egg, banana, and all those things for supplying these things to the farmers, and saying that they are poor, they are poor. So they are not poor, they are made poor. So next is, if you start using this in the plant, in the field, their cost is reduced by cutting the plant and using herbicides and all. So second, so soil is protected, water conservation happens, birds population increases, honeybee population increases, and once honeybee population increases, because 24 hours, 12 months flowers and all, so obviously yield is increasing. Because once we start having all these plants in our field, honeybee population increases. And there's a saying by scientist Albert Einstein said that once we lose the honeybee population on Earth, next 4 years, from that day onwards, next 4 years, human population will end. So if we have to survive, honeybee population has to be there on the Earth. So for which these plants and weeds has to be there in the field. Next is, if they are these plants will yield good returns for the farmers also. And one more thing, this honeybee population will increase the main crop yield, because in red gram there's a 10% yield increase in the yield per acre if you have a 1 beehive. In sunflower, there's a 25% yield increase. In cucurbitacea families, there's almost 100% increase in the yield of the cucurbitacea families, like red gourd, bitter gourd, and all these things. So we need to keep in mind honeybee population and start working on these forgotten plants, forgotten weeds and all. So collection and sale of these or weeds for vegetable purposes or for medicinal purposes will increase the farmers. Next slide. Next slide, please. Madam, next slide, please. Okay. So coming to another last 1 or 2 slides. So this is natural colors which will definitely increase. This is a falsa plant which I showed earlier, that is made into colors and all. So this beetroot, palak, this one, spinach for that matter, and so lot many, even hibiscus flowers. So there are lot many flowers. If this village level natural colors are made, this huge industry, that this much amount can be diverted to farmers instead of a big industries, and which lot many other chemical colors are into the market. That may be colors, maybe for edible purposes or even for non-edible purposes like painting, and even for cloths, and even for like festival like Holi and all. So we need to keep in mind the benefits of these colors on for food, non-food purposes also, and start using these naturally grown vegetables, naturally grown leaves, naturally grown flowers in the field to produce natural colors. So for which government should act, researchers, scientists should act in this way, start educating the farmers, start educating them. So economy may not develop on the national scale, but farmers get benefited. So this is very good revenue for the farmers. So good opportunity for the scientist or scientist community to work on this, to promote, to get the revenue. So now in this scenario, if I have to act, government should feel that they are like a corporate tool. They should start using this as a byproduct and start educating the farmers as an employees. So they should start educating them to use byproducts for other benefits, like what we have scrubber for a dishwash, which is a byproduct of other industries. Pen rate, if you imagine now earlier, pen rate was 5 rupees when we were student 20 years back, and now still the pen rate is still 5 rupees when all have inflated. This 5 rupees is because that the now plastic used is a byproduct of main plastic industry. So this is keeping in mind the use of byproducts and all. This we need to keep in mind the other uses of fruits, plants, flowers, and even the weeds, anything for that matter, any part of the matter, which can be converted into a valuable product for the farmers wherein it helps the benefit, helps in improving the health of the public, health of the farmers, and lot many. Next slide, please. So finally, this is another one slide after this. So we need to keep in mind this how this all will happen. So I said in the first slide that even keeping quiet is also increases the farmers' income, because now government promotes like we promoted like iodized salt, now this iodized the quality enriched oil and all. So supplying the farmers the rice. So farmers are already growing rice, and they get the rice as a benefit to the farmer scheme and all. They get oil, they get dal. In Gulbarga, where we are growing, we call the tur bowl of Karnataka or India also. So still farmers get a dal as a support for the farmers. So this dal should be supplied to the non-growers like the government employees, private employees, other people who are not growing. But a farmer, I grow red gram and I also get a dal from the government. So this is where we need to keep in mind. So this policy government should change. But along with that, consumer buying behavior should change. So if consumer buying behavior changes, farmer income doubles. How? See, today what is the consumer buying behavior? I as a consumer accept the milk 24 hours in the market. I as a consumer accept vegetables in the 24-hour market. And simultaneously accept farmers to go directly sell the produce. So as a farmer, I am already involved in cultivation and crops, rearing animals, milking it and bringing it to market. And I cannot be in the market for 24 hours. So earlier this system was there. Every village had a village market running for 3 to 4 hours early in the morning on a weekly basis, wherein farmer is to come directly and sell this on a weekly basis and again go for their work. So this change has supported multinationals or even big industries to get into market, saying that we supply milk 24 hours and that would hold delivery. So because of this, if we start buying milk only for 3 hours, farmers also feel within these 3 hours I can sell my produce and get back to my work. So now if consumer buying behavior changes, instead of expecting the product to be 24 hours, only for earlier mornings, 5 to 7, 5 to 9, 5 to 10, something like that. So then obviously farmer starts selling direct. Okay, this is what. But still everyone blames farmers for not selling direct. Now, we cannot blame the farmers. We need to understand and change ourselves. As a customer, as a consumer, we need to understand if farmers don't sell directly, it's not lost to the farmers because they get some revenue and they are healthy. But this middleman getting into the market, adulteration is happening. Lot many mishappenings are happening because they have to be get in the market. So we need to have a quality food, we need to directly buy from the farmers. And if you want to buy directly from the farmers, we need to change our buying behavior. So which will obviously double the farmer income. So as a consumer, we need to work on our behavior and start acting. And we also need to promote this in the minds of the other consumers so that a society changes and obviously farmer income increases. And if farmer income doesn't increase, nothing they will lose. They will survive because food is the essential. Along with this, deforestation happens, oxygen shortage happens, and which will result for us losing oxygen and losing quality food and everything adulteration we get. As we are getting at the first slide I showed, 70% of the milk is adulterated. Not many honeybees are being adulterated. Not many food, even jawar is being adulterated. Jawar roti was adulterated, and height of this adulteration I can see that in that case. So next slide, please. Next slide. Please, next slide, man. Okay. There was a slide previous to this. Okay. So now what is the takeaways? So that we need to increase the double the farmer system. That is an objective. So increasing the quantity is not the choice because it's quite difficult. So for which we need to start using whatever there in the field which is grown naturally, which without human intervention. So that I showed in the last slide of weeds, uncultivated fruits, unwanted like forgotten fruits, and even gone out of extinct fruits and all. We need to get them, start using them. Obviously, farmers become increased. So increasing the price is obviously quite impossible, and because of this, not increase in price. So it results in adulterated food, chemical food that we consume. So educate non-farmers regarding the cultivation cost. So we need to, as a consumer, I need to understand the cost of cultivating 1 acre of 1 kg of dal, 1 kg of banana, 1 kg of potato, whatever case. Then I understand the difficulty in it, and I'm ready to pay. So as a consumer, I'm ready to pay 100 rupees tips in a hotel, but not ready to pay 1 rupee extra for the farmer. So this keeping in mind, we need to increase the price is not the option, but we need to educate the customer to pay more and be mentally prepared for the paying more. It is not the farmer's fate that they get less returns. Sometimes we get a word that from non-farmer that it's their fate, what we can do. That they have got it and they should get only that. It's their not farmer's fate, but it is our fate that we consume chemical food because we are not ready to pay right amount to the farmers and spend valuable time in hospital in middle age and reduce the cost. This is a quite possible. Like not moving to mechanization is not the solution. Instead of doing that, depend on natural solutions. There are lot many things for everything you said. Prediction of people say prediction of environment, that we are coming with new technologies and all. Nature provides that, and nature provides predicting nature with decentralized one. Field to field prediction technologies are available in ancestral days. So we need to come up with those technologies to reduce the cost for the farmers, reduce the loss for the farmers, reduce the risk for the farmers. And providing subsidies, not in economical and sustainable model, but farmers should get the subsidies not in terms of product that they get rice, they get dal, they get oil and all. Instead, they get to read the government and all. So this is what I have presented. So any questions, we can open to session. Next slide. Just move to the next slide, man.
Okay, sir. With your permission, can I take some questions?
Yeah,
We
please,
have
ma'am.
some questions from the participants.
Yeah, please.
Okay. Sir, what are the schemes available from government to start small scale startups?
Madam, there are a lot many schemes from different departments. I'm very not expert in that, but MOFI has a schemes and Mudra scheme is there. There are a lot many, but I'm not very expert in that field to talk on that, because there are n number of, because NABARD has some schemes for the small scale industries, agriculture department has it, horticulture department has it. Okay, based on catering to different industries, different small scale industries. For banana, horticulture department supports, milling and all agriculture department supports, even foods, this one food, MOFA, Minister of Food and Processing Industries, that they also support it. So there are n number of schemes. We need to approach, we need to be updated with the websites and all, then we can get the information. But I'm not right person to speak on right now.
Okay, sir, can you tell us that which are the loan and credit availability schemes for small scale micro enterprises for women?
Okay, again, madam, see, there is a Mudra scheme which is working on that. And even the NABARD is working on that. There are now with small scale industries, they are provide a loan and also they provide subsidies and also based on 50%, 20%, and even up to 90% for SCSTs and all. With a particularly this thing, there are different based on the industry that you want to start. If you want to start millet industries, then there is a separate department for it which have protocol of that. Okay, and if you want to start a papad making industry, there's again separate scheme for that. Jaggery unit, there's again Jaggery unit. There are 5 lakh to 25 lakh capacities, 50 to 90% capacities, so percentage subsidies and all. So Jaggery and NABARD, and even there are n number of again for women, for men, and even for SCSTs, for downtrodden tribals and all those things. There are many schemes which, there are, but there's one. There are one or two I would explain, but there are many which are not listed right now.
Okay, sir, whether any training centers are present for giving guidance on these setups?
Okay, we have our own like oil mills. We have in Dharwad, wherein we have last year we have created 25 oil mills in that area, and across Karnataka we are working on that. And there are many other like us who are working in Bangalore and all that I know. And there are many people with respect to oil. With respect to making a Panchagavya products like soap by a cow-based FMCG product like cow dung soap, cow dung dant manjan, cow dung mosquito coil and all. We in Gulbarga have our own training center where we provide training for that. Wherein cow dung can be used as a resource. Cow dung and cow urine can be used as a resource. And even cow dung and cow urine are also being used to make articles and all gift items, keychains, Ganapati, Ganesha Murti and all. There are this which we are training on. And there is one more training institute in Rajasthan which trains cow dung paint, Vedic paint, cow dung, this one paper and all, which they are working on that. They provide training and all. They do that. So banana fiber, Navsari agriculture industry is doing in Gujarat, and there are another player in what you call Bhusawala in Madhya Pradesh, Tamil Nadu. There are institutes. There are lot many based on the industry. There are people. So Jaggery unit also there are people across India. Wherever you see, you can get into that training. Even in Karnataka, we have a training institute of the state government. So based on the industry that you are in, you want to get into, the training institute names and all can be provided.
Yes, sir. Sir, how can aquatic weeds as a menace can be used for economic utility? Aquatic weeds as a menace can be used for economic utility.
Based on the weed, that can be composted into vermicompost and all. Based on the quality of the what weed it is, so that we need to think on converting into this what you call compost and all. And if there are any weed for that matter, if it's fed to animals or processed in that form, can be made in. This is a good start for me also, that I worked on 170 weeds on the field. Next time I will work on this and get into that also. I not work very much. In the field, I worked 170, but I not worked on aquatic weeds. So this is a good question. I will definitely work on it. Thank you for the reminding.
Okay, sir. Sir, is it easily means we can easily produce color from fruit crops, and how government helps the production of color from natural fruits?
Definitely, color can be made very easy. Because every Holi we conducted training online sessions and all, we through videos and all, we do that for this one. And even edible colors like from spinach, red grass, this beetroot and the what you call hibiscus, these can be made. But government support for this, I don't feel only somewhere one or two training sessions may be conducted here and there by agriculture industry people. So that would be ending. But apart from that, there are no big schemes and no big promotional strategies as of date which can cater to the larger part of people. But colors can be made very easily. There are few people who do it in our area and sell it in Mysore. My friend does it. There in few colors, they make it out of even pink, red, everything, yellow, green. They make it and sell.
Okay, thank you, sir. Sir, one more question is there. Actually, a participant is saying that I'm a farmer, student of MSW. We need to start farmer society to increase our farmers' income. Can you guide us on that?
Definitely. So we can guide them. We in our area we started with even one more which we are not presented here. Like we have an organic input production unit. We have listed around 75, 80 farm product inputs like fertilizer, alternative to chemical fertilizers, alternative to insecticides, alternative to fungicides, alternative to virus, and alternative to herbicide also, which can be produced with this available Gomutra and all plants. So which definitely for this MSW guy, we can help them to form a society with not much money and educate the farmers and sell those output in the market and become a profitable enterprise. So you can get my contact number from the inbox, and also you can share that in that this one message box. And
sure, sir. Sir, as we know that adulteration of milk, honey, and other food is rampant in India, how can we control it?
It's a very tough. Like controlling as an individual is very tough job. because see, it's very quite difficult and quite next to impossible like this unless everyone is interested. See, one thing, government should be interested, public should be interested, and there everyone has their own role. See, when I had a cow in my home, the cost of milk production was 50 to 60 rupees when the market milk was 30 to 40 rupees. I having a cow and getting the milk should be lesser than the market available milk. Yes or no? This is quite simple. I having a cow, my own field, I'm feeding the cow from that, buying some. I have rate for that also. If I sell that grain in the market, I get some revenue. So instead of that, I am selling it to giving it to my cow. So my cow is eating. So it's not free of cost for me. I should take that into consideration and calculate the cost. So when I calculated, leaving my efforts, it was costing me 50 rupees. So how Amul and KMF sells at 30 to 40 rupees. And in competition in this, market players are selling at 30 to 40 rupees. If you have a cup of tea at your home, it will be costlier than 5 rupees. And you take that 5 rupees coffee in railway station and you accept it to be quality. So they are also winning. Even pickle industry, see, you don't put a pickle, if you put a pickle, if you 1 year, it has to be in right condition. If it's spoiled in 6 months, it's waste. So as it gets for waste for you, it's spoiled for you. For big industries also, it may get spoiled. So what they do, they don't want to take a risk. They don't want to get into loss. They start mixing it up with other things and they start selling it. So we cannot, it's a part of business. There's something called now bigger subject called business ethics and all. Ethics is the next thing. So it's not quite impossible for us to control that. Only thing we need to act, there's something concept we started in Karnataka wherein connect with farmers. And so we have a family we have a family doctor, we have a family lawyer. Why can't we have a family farmer kind of? So you ask the farmer, they give a list to them and ask this is what we need in a yearly basis. Please produce that. We are ready to pay premium price. So obviously it goes from a integrated farming happens, whatever the systems happened, organic farming, integrated farming, all those things comes once we are mentally prepared as a non-farmer. We are ready to pay. So obviously buying directly, connecting with the farmers is the best solution.
Okay, thank you, sir. Sir, I have one personal question. As you have told in your slide, means you have mentioned in your slide that we can, there is an alternate for sugar industry, means you can shift to Jaggery unit. But sir, many of the sugarcane farmers are getting SAP, means even they are getting MSP. Along with it, some state governments are giving them state advisory prices. Then why they will shift to Jaggery units? How can you tell them? Means
right. This is even if you get into my slides, all other slides increase the farmer's income, but Jaggery unit I mentioned, for consumer should change, then only it can boost the farmer's income. So directly it will not, because for me producing 1 kg of Jaggery or whatever at present rate, it's costlier for me to produce Jaggery. So then farmers will not change to Jaggery unit. So now as a customer, as a government should create an environment wherein farmer will go to, so how people are moving to organic Jaggery and all, because they have a customer base wherein they can sell Jaggery at 80 to 100 rupees per kg. So now they feel I can sell my Jaggery at 80 to 100 rupees kg, so I am getting to Jaggery. If they want to sell in market, they don't want to get Jaggery. So now if that environment is built up, so then people will move to Jaggery. Once they move into Jaggery, it will not benefit to farmers, it benefits to us. As a government, it benefits. As an individual, it benefits. So auction, let's say now, imagine one factory transportation of sugarcane from so many farms to that industry across India. Lot many trucks, lot many lorries are moving with Jaggery. So much of fuel is consumed. If that fuel is saved for the nation, imagine the foreign exchange that we conserve. Imagine the pollution that we stop. So that for that, it's not for direct farmer will not move now. Even if as a scientist or someone as a government asking farmer to rear cow is also difficult. Because why they want to rear a cow and sell it 25, 30 rupees for the KMF or even Amul and all. They don't want to sell. We don't want to sell milk. There are many villages in our area where we ask for a ghee. They said we don't want to sell ghee because we consume for 800 rupees kg. We don't want to sell it. So now it's our fate. It's not the farmer fate. We need to understand.
Yes, sir, of course. Sir, thank you. We are done with the questions. On behalf of Just Agriculture, once again, thank you for giving your valuable time. Thank you so much, sir. It was really a very informative session.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks a lot. You can share my number on the box message because people are.
Yes, sir. Sure, sir. I will.
Because I'm not able to do that.
Yes. I will do it, sir. No issues.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, ending the session, I would like to appreciate our co-organizers, which are NAHEP, MPUIT Udaipur, Maharana Pratap Horticultural University Karnal, and also want to express my sincere gratitude to our knowledge partners, which are Professor Jaishankar, Telangana State Agriculture University, Hyderabad, Bidhan Chandra Krishi Vishwavidyalaya, West Bengal, Shulini University, Solan, HP, Utkarsh PDKV, and Jagannath University. Last but not the least, I would like to thank organizing director of this training program, Mr. 𝑑𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂 sir, post-director of this training program, Mr. Mohit Bharadwaj sir, and also members of organizing committee, and most importantly, the attendees of this session. Thank you once again, everyone, for joining this session. Good night. Thank you.